Yo, what's up everybody? Today we're going to be doing some more Saikoroshi. Today we are really going to be probably doing like the most interesting part of the plot because let's be honest, after yesterday, oh god, a dilemma has really occurred and me, my god, I just really wonder what's going to happen today. I wonder how all of the events are going to sort of play out, and obviously I wonder how the story's actually going to end because yeah, sadly this is the last chapter. Yeah, I'm hoping to read it all tonight. I don't really know if I'm going to be able to, but yeah, even if I'm not, I'm sure it's going to be really fun and we're going to probably learn a lot of interesting shit. Oh my god, man, I really can't wait. So yeah, let's just get into this and yeah, I really hope that we're going to have a, really fun day waiting for us because, oh my god, today really has the making of just like such an interesting and also such a sad story, honestly. I really don't know what's going to happen. I mean, no matter what you look at it, like, if Rika returns to the world that she used to be in, yeah, it's just not going to be fully good. It really isn't going to be. When I tried using the crystal ball with Yamamoto today, it still hadn't recovered enough for him to talk with Hanya. Oh, that's actually really bad. Oh god, my earphones are shaking a lot. Oh, for fuck's sake. Shit, man. Gotta fix that. Is that alright? God, this is really annoying. Sorry, I've got to fix this. I'm not going to be able to concentrate if I've got this shaking all the time. Oh god, how am I going to do this? Could I just do this? Yeah, that's fine. Right. Actually, no, that isn't. How about this? Something like that. No. Oh no, man, this is a little bit bad. It's really annoying thing about having wired headphones. You just always have to, because my wireless headphones don't work anymore. How's that? Okay, that's fine. Right. When I tried using the crystal ball with Yamamoto today, it still hadn't recovered enough for him to talk with Hanya. That is a real shame. And I mean, this is just going to be really bad because now people are actually going to think that she has mental illnesses and yeah, drugs as well. That's going to be a really big threat. Only half a day had passed, but maybe if I went to the storehouse, I'd get through. Anya once told me that the old air from the past had remained in that storehouse, and that she felt comfortable there. Yeah, that's actually interesting, so I suppose it maybe could apply with Rika. Who knows, maybe that when the store was filled with Anya's power. In other words, while the crystal ball didn't have enough power, maybe being in the storehouse would help a little. Yeah, I agree actually. I don't really know why she hadn't actually thought of that earlier. Late that night, I slipped out of bed and snuck into the store. Damn! Yeah, fair enough. I wanted nothing more than to talk with Hanya. I couldn't agree more. I couldn't agree more. I really understand that. I went to the altar before the holy vessel and spoke in the crystal ball. Oh, I really hope it answers. Can you hear me? Hanya? The light in the ball was feeble. Oh, but its otherworldly glow was clearly present. Okay, that could potentially be a good sign. There we are, that's good. Please let me hear me. Let her hear me. My wish was granted. Oh, brilliant. And a quiet voice so low it might disappear at any moment spoken an answer. I can hear you, Rika. That is so good. If anything, she needs that. That is the only thing that just could really, really benefit her at the moment. I can hear you, Rika. Hanya, thank goodness. Listen. I don't know what to do. Fair enough. I don't know what to do. This wasn't the time for crying. Yeah, definitely. I needed to tell her everything I discovered and ask her for Hanya's opinion. Yeah, definitely, I couldn't agree more. She needs to use this time valuably. And I mean, it is really, really tricky when you're in emotional states like this, which I feel really fucking bad for her for being in, but like, yeah, she needs to get over it. That sounds so harsh. quashed my frantic emotions and told her that the fragment was in my mother. Yeah. Right, I wonder what she's gonna say. She's probably... I don't really think Hanya's gonna be one of the people that, you know, like, deceives and tricks her to only view her way, and, like, obviously what would be better for her. I really hope that she sort of tells her both options and makes her decide herself, not sort of persuading her to decide the option she wanted her to. Hanya stayed quiet for a few moments. Fair enough, yeah. She knew, of course, that I'd have to kill my mother to return the fragments to the world of gods. What? It makes sense, doesn't it? Yeah, fair enough. That's actually really interesting. If she knew, I don't really get why she wouldn't have told her. But I suppose she doesn't really know now. She didn't really know before, but she knows now. I don't know. It makes sense, doesn't it? You can only appear to Oyashiro-sama's reincarnation. Yeah, it does kind of make sense, though, yeah. I'm not the 8th in this world, so you can't appear to me. Yeah. The 9th isn't good enough, huh? Yeah. Bro, what a cough. It was a very long time ago. What? Ancient times. So ancient even I've mostly forgotten. What? It happened back when Hanya was still living in Namazawa. Before Hanya became Oyashiro-sama. It was how it all began, which Hanya never told me about no matter how much I asked her. The fuck happened? My human self, that is, when I decided I would become a god. My daughter, your ancestor. My daughter, your ancestor, Rika, was very sad about. That's Orca, isn't it? Oh, interesting. Could you imagine if she killed her daughter? Oh my god. I wonder what the story's going to be. She knew I made the decision because I... Oh, interesting. I wonder how she can actually decide that, though. She knew I made the decision because I'd lost hope in the human world. Interesting. Oh, yeah, we're going to learn about Hanya now, it looks like. That's really good, I really want to learn this. I took all the sins of human world upon me. That's fair enough. Not the whole world, but, like, yeah, definitely all of Hinamizawa, holy shit. For there was no other way to cleanse those sins other than to destroy the sinners themselves. People were forcing their sins on each other, an ugly existence. Definitely. Their excessive cruelty caused me to lose hope in this world. That's understandable, yeah. I undertook all the sins of the human world. I mean, my gosh, you really did. First-hand experience. And cleanse them by letting them kill me. Yeah. I entrusted that final duty. You've got to be fucking kidding me. So... her daughter killed... And I suppose that was the sword that she was actually killed by. The one, the Onigarian or something like that. I thought that unless I gave her that role, she would one day be despised as the daughter of a demon god and lose all hope in the human world herself. Yeah, that's actually interesting, I suppose, because they've all pushed all of their bad things onto her. She wouldn't really be disrespected. If anything, quite the opposite. My daughter didn't like that role, but she understood the weight of her mission, and in the end, she went through with it. Fair enough, yeah. I just really wonder why she had actually have to do it. I mean, the only thing is, I suppose, do keep in mind this is like 11th century probably, so a lot of sort of values and morals would have changed, but like, I suppose she probably did it just for, I don't know, I suppose because she had to. Because I'd assume that she probably would have genuinely thought that she was evil. I don't know, that's kind of hard to tell. But she said something to me, that she would change the human world in which only the price of life could purify our sins. Humans will combine their strength and help each other, cooperating with a mutual benefit in mind. Yeah, definitely, yeah. She swore to me that she would create this utopia which her mother had only dreamed of. Oh, that's actually really interesting. So she thought by doing this, maybe she would put an end to it, but I just don't really get how she would. If anything, this would encourage it. Please, mother, do not lose hope in the world of man. I swear that I shall heal the sadness. But I will become a god. I could not accept my daughter's feelings. You've got to be kidding me. She hasn't even become one, and yet she thinks that she is going to become one, and yeah, she isn't going to. That's actually really interesting. No, actually, that wasn't it. Yeah, that's fair. I'd already lost hope in the corrupted world of man, and I just didn't want to look at it anymore. Oh, I suppose nothing could really change that. But my daughter made a firm promise that she would remake that world into something better. Then I shall believe in what you feel. Yeah, that's nice. Interesting that becoming God actually makes you sort of lose compassion entirely. When in this land, people live happily, aid one another and support one another and think as one. Oh, that's actually really interesting. I shall return to this land once more. Yeah, because I suppose especially now, like, I mean, just look at, for example, Higurashi. I think that's probably the best example of this. Like, it's just all of those completely emphasised. I suppose not the ending, but like everything before, like especially Satoko and how she was saved. Oh wow. Dude, this is like really old now as well. I mean, it isn't really. This is the bridge that, you know, Higurashi ended in, I'd assume. I don't really know though. No, it can't be. I don't think it is actually. My daughter killed me and took control of the village, and the divine power of the demon god. Yeah, dwelling within her. She began a leader and created doctrine so that everyone would trust and wait, what? In and out one another. So Hanya wasn't actually the person that created these doctrines. That's actually really interesting. By making them to fear where a curse where discordant hearts would receive the spectre of the demon god. Yeah, she led them strictly, not letting my purification go to waste. I think that's just really nice. I suppose so. I mean, I'm going to be honest, it's just really a shame that she had to die in such a brutal way, but yeah, I'm just genuinely surprised that her death actually caused, like, the peace of it. Because these people, let's be honest, they probably wouldn't have realised, like, how horrible what they did was, because of how old it was. And, yeah. So the village did regain a temporary peace, but I never descended to them again. I had rejected the human world much too strongly. Yeah, fair. But no matter how strong the power to reject, it can never last forever. Yeah, and I mean, we can definitely see that. Yeah, whether hearts or walls, Or lids or doors. There is nothing that time will not decay. Yeah, fair enough. Honey though. Literally honey. Honey never goes off. You can eat honey that was literally found in the ancient Egyptian times, I heard. And yeah, you wouldn't get completely sick. I mean, apparently it actually exists in some sort of Egyptian tomb. I mean, that is nuts. Even the power shutting me away from the human world wouldn't last forever. Yeah, and I mean, we've definitely been able to see just how simple and trivial, in fact, it was for it to end. So I suppose the doctrines of Yasuda-san are the ones we know, are like, never leave the village, never draw suspicion. But the only thing is, I wonder how this sort of relates to, you know, the whole parasites thing. I wonder how Inamazawa syndrome relates to this whole story. Because keep in mind, it was really, really bad at this time. Really bad, actually. I mean, level 5 was common. It was that bad. Must have been like it must have been like a slaughterhouse, just not a slaughterhouse. It must have just been like a madhouse. Interesting that she says temporary, by the way. My daughter would learn the limits of that power through a revelation from a higher god than me. What? It was said that when 8 generations of Higurashi bore a girl as their first child, I would come again. The miracle of 8 consecutive first-born girls would be the key that broke my power of rejection. That's actually interesting. I suppose that could really show that. I don't really get how that would break the power though. I suppose it definitely would show a strong and committed family, and one that definitely values the old times, you know. But I don't really get why it would save the whole simulator thing, because my daughter left that legend to the Higurashi family, and it passed down to her descendants, so that this land wouldn't continue becoming my ideal. Oh god, I thought that said wouldn't, but yeah, it's actually really interesting. I suppose if the Higurashi family always ruled, that would definitely apply. It's really interesting when you think about stories like these and just how the powers changed over time, like Higurashi to Sonozaki. Oh, so Rika, when you were born as the 8th girl in the row, I was connected to the... That's actually really surprising, that. So, I was connected to the human world again. Long ago, I may have hated and shunned the human world. But a millennium without contact was more than enough time to heal my sadness. That's actually really interesting. Yeah, so I suppose just being really, really disconnected and that enough, that alone could change it, I suppose. Interesting. At some point, I actually started to feel sad at the prospect of living in a world where I was all alone. Yeah. I'd intended to spend those 1,000 years in rejection, but it was also a punishment for me. That's actually really interesting. I didn't actually realise that she'd realised something like this, but yeah, I definitely agree, because like, she really has been naive. I mean, she's just always thought that there was only one bad option. And I mean, I'm going to be honest, I think if the daughter wasn't so good, then I suppose maybe she wouldn't even be here now. It's kind of hard to tell though. I realised how shallow my feelings had been when I hated and despaired over the human world. And before I realised it, the Higurashi family started giving birth to consecutive. Yeah. When your mother was pregnant, I wished so much for it to be a girl. And before it was just a boy. Her life ruined. I don't really get why that would ruin her life. It's just kind of weird though. It's interesting that 8 is the number that Orca, or whoever Hanya's daughter was, picked though. I mean, why 8? I mean, why not like 5 or 10, like a round number? I'm sure. I mean, the first face I remember seeing wasn't my mother's. It was yours. God. That is actually really surprising to me. I mean, yeah, it's fair enough though. Maybe abandoning the human world for 1,000 years was my punishment. Yeah, so her punishment for not having sort of seen like any of the good in humanity, really, I suppose. Humans can only live in this human world. In the human world, yeah. And they must live earnestly in the world they are born into. Yeah. For somebody who made light of that. For somebody who made light of that and tried to abandon the world so easily, maybe an exile of 1,000 years is a fitting punishment. I think we could all disagree, but like, yeah, it's interesting that she actually thinks that. I mean, I just genuinely can't imagine it. I mean, it's just so long. It's so long that we can't really comprehend just how much she sort of had to, you know, completely change her ideals and stuff like that. So I wonder when she actually abandoned the human world where she was. I just love how much mystery there is, even though we know so much about Hanyu. Like, where was she? Also, why is Rika, like, not really upset now? I suppose she's probably just really taken in behind Hanyu's story. Hanyu's words were heavy. Yeah, definitely. I can really tell just her, you know, like, really godly voice. Maybe having been carefree in our walk between countless worlds, even comparing our own lives to dice rolls, we have been severed. I live with you, my friend and daughter of 1,000 years ago. And when we came to the dead in 1983, I committed another sin. I used my power to change your fate. Yeah. Are you saying that in the very first world? Yeah, it probably would, but would be that. Are you saying that in the very first world he should have accepted the fate of Tomonokoto in the opening, killing me? It may sound cruel to you, Rika, but that is how I feel right now. God. Why? I made light of the world I live in. That's actually fair enough, but the only thing is she isn't really seeing like the fatal thing that I suppose like a more human person, like I don't know, for example me, is seeing. Like, even though she sort of broke the rules, even though she's made light of the world and really sort of, you know, exaggerated what should be possible, she's still done a really good thing, because let's be honest, Rika has got through this and she has a life waiting for her. She should have died, man, but she doesn't, all thanks to her. And I made light of the world you lived in too. Oh, that is actually fair enough. I mean, I don't really know, because you haven't really been the person that has made her go through it, so you can't really tell, like, you can't really debate it that much. But the only thing is, it's like kind of hard to tell. Do you think she should have guilt for what she's done, which, fair enough, for all the torment that Rika's gone through, or should she have guilt for, or should she be really, really happy that all of this that she's been making her go through has now finally ended up in a future that could be potentially possible to live in? I mean, without like really mad shit happening. I should have lived in an earnest. I should have lived in earnest in the world where we were together. I should have welcomed it no matter its end. God. Stop that. Wallowing in masochism might make you feel better, but... Yeah. Yeah, it's actually fair enough. I never really thought about that, but... I kind of get what she means, though. I mean, like... I don't really think it's more masochistic, but it's just sort of inviting pain at this point. I mean, like... Why would you do this when you could sort of save somebody? Just because she's not playing by the rules doesn't mean it's bad. It definitely makes her feel unhappy. My God, I said I didn't want to surrender to that thing. Oh, so it's partly her doing as well. Yeah, and that I'd fight on forever to achieve a much more wonderful life. That's actually really interesting. That's fair enough, and I mean, she definitely has fulfilled that promise. Jesus Christ. And this 100-year journey with you, and made this 100-year journey with you. Yeah, definitely. We're at the end. It's absurd to come out with that now. I couldn't agree more, yeah. You're just being sentimental. It's definitely not what I'd think, but... I suppose she's being the opposite of sentimental. I mean, she's sort of valuing the pain of the times beforehand, I suppose. Aren't you just making light of this world too? Which you and I built together over 100 years? Don't you think that's selfish? I suppose this conversation, it could maybe be selfish, I'm not really sure though. Oh shit! It is a man's sin to save a dying animal, then bask in rapture. We go up this snowy mountain, kill the beasts, and offer their numbers to the gods. What is it actually? So basking in is like to expose somebody. What does she actually mean by rapture? I mean, oh, an feeling of intense pleasure or joy. Right, that's actually fair enough then. Yeah, I like that. I've learned that. That's good. That's actually really interesting. So she thinks like anything that sort of really defies the sort of way of life. I don't really want to say the way of life, like the way life should be carried out. Like the fact that, I don't know, like, what's it? Deus Ex Machinas or Cinemas or something like that. I can't remember how you say it. Like basically just things where people or things should die but they don't. Things like those are actually wrong. Just because they sort of abide, they sort of defy what's normal. I mean, it's interesting. No normal human would think this. No, don't get me wrong. But she's a god, so she definitely sees the world differently. And I mean, she's lived so much longer. So referring to the... Yeah, that's actually really interesting. So maybe if she did die here, obviously, like in a childhood age, then, well, not a childhood age, but like childhood sort of situation, then, yeah. Oh god. After all this, I'm actually really scared to think, like, what if Hanya maybe it's possible that Hanya could potentially be could potentially have been behind all of this. Who knows? Maybe this could have been like her way of sort of saving her again. I don't know. She would have specified that, I think, though. I don't think it's likely. After all this, you're saying that it was my fate to die too, right? You've gone insane. I don't care what you say. This world we want is a result of... Yeah. Yeah. I really agree with Rika. Yeah. I don't care what you say. This. The world we want is a result of our sweat. Yeah. You and I are the only ones who can understand how brilliantly it shines. No, definitely, especially because of how far they've sort of... how much they've sort of gone through to get to where they are. And now you're rejecting it? Yeah, definitely. Rika, please let me get back on topic. Yeah, now that we think about it, I mean, I suppose she's really talked about everything relating to her backstory and everything, but I'm just really surprised that the crystal ball hasn't sort of gone out. But I suppose maybe it was, like, you know, when, for example, you save your phone's charging to 100% so you can use it for a long time, maybe that's sort of what Rika's done here. Rika, please let me get back on topic. Once I have my fill of this world with you, the 8th, I plan to disappear at the end of your life. Oh. I just genuinely don't get why she'd do this, like, seriously. I mean, why can't she enjoy life like a normal human being, I suppose? Yeah, nothing to do with the time you'd be alive for. So I never told you. But in that world, your mother is the 8th. Oh, right. That means I've already had contact with the world of... I'm satisfied with how wonderful Hinamizawa have become, and I've already left for a higher plane! You've got to be kidding me, so she left Hinamizawa? Wait, what? Why does she have to do this? I seriously don't understand. In that world, I've already left. Oh, that's actually really interesting, yeah. So I suppose that's why she maybe can't come back. Yeah, that's why I can't appear there. That's actually really interesting. So leaving, I suppose, is a really big commitment. Like, when you leave, you can never go back. But there's a fragment of your world there. And it's in my mother. Yeah, definitely, yeah. Which means this. Only my mother knows that she is the 8th. Yeah, definitely. Because you imagine if Rika actually told her mother that she was the 8th. And just like, that she knows. If I kill her, the contradictory force saying you can't appear here will... Oh, shit, that's actually fair enough because she would die, so the person holding that rule would die. Yeah, so I really wonder what would actually happen with Hanyu. Maybe she would actually disappear to this world. Oh, shit. Oh my god, if that happens then... Yeah, that really could potentially be game over for their sort of friendship. Correct? Yes, that's right. Originally, it was an obvious fact that your mother was the 8th in that... Wait, what? And killing her wouldn't necessarily change anything. But after you stood here from another world, Rika, it was like mooring a boat to the door. It was fortunate only your mother knew the truth. If a lot of other people knew, you would have to kill them all. What? That's actually really interesting, so... I don't really understand why she would have to kill them all. Oh no, I suppose they would probably have connections to the, you know, the really, really secret knowledge about the whole family related thing. Shit, that is actually lucky, I suppose, but... My god, it's just genuinely really surprising that she actually has to commit murder to, you know, get back. Jesus. Interesting. I'm sure you want my opinion on whether you should kill your mother to return to the previous world or stay in this world. Yeah, definitely. I did. Right, I really wonder. This whole time I've been investigating on what kind of... Interesting. And when I found out what it was, I expected this day would finally come. Interesting. Yeah, because she definitely did want that opinion. That's actually really interesting. So instead of sort of, I suppose to investigate would also be the same to, you know, find out the whole cause of this and find out where she can actually return. So fair enough. I suppose just to learn some new things because it's not anything anybody's seen before. And I predicted you would grow indecisive and talk to me about it, and that you would want to choose a world based on the result of our discussion. Yeah, that's actually really interesting. I mean, I don't really think the discussion would have primarily impacted it, but I think it still would have had a really, really big say, easily. So I thought long and hard about how to guide you. Interesting. even though she's thought really long and hard, is she going to have time? I mean, this person's a little god. They've lived for 1,000 years. I think they're going to be a little bit calculated in their speech. Yeah, they're not going to... She's not going to fuck it up. No way. I suppose, for example, like the losing hope because of just expecting so much, getting so little, and, you know, just sort of constantly being stuck with basically your daughter, really, and just the depression of sort of seeing her obviously get really sad, and I don't know, just everything about the 1983 stuff. I suppose that really, I suppose the mistake of like, giving up, really. That's something she's done that was something that she regretted, I suppose. So she still can make mistakes. Just because she's a god does never mean that she won't make mistakes. Unlike the world of... Yeah, the words in the world of man now. No matter what words I will choose, they will carry bias within them. Interesting. Yeah, that's actually fair enough, though, because she obviously wants her to return to the original world. Or maybe she doesn't at all. Maybe she just wants everything to be like how it normally would, and would want her to die, which is unbelievable to think, but I suppose she just values the normality so much. I thought very hard about what words to say. Oh, that's really kind. I thought very hard about what words to say so that you would truly choose for yourself. Fair enough, yeah. That was not what I was expecting, and I still am. After all, you've left the answer in my hands. Yeah, fair. If I suggested you should choose this world... That's actually really... Yeah, you should have the responsibility of paying the price to me. Yeah, it's actually really interesting. I don't disagree with that. I think Hanya has a very big say on what Nikos going to do. That would be cowardly, and there is no worth in life resulting for some... Yeah, I couldn't agree. I don't really think there's no worth, because you can definitely make it worthful, but at the same time, you're going to have a life that's completely... I mean, it is actually kind of hard to believe, but like, it would be completely influenced by the decision of another being. As someone who has trodden countless worlds and left their footprints outside the world of man, you must make a responsible choice. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Without relying on me. Yeah, that's fair enough. With your own strength. Hang on a second. Right, I am gonna go downstairs. Hang on. Alright, back. Right. Cool. Yeah, it's actually interesting outside the world of man. It is fair enough, though. I mean, she kind of has. That's really... I mean, I suppose that is actually fair enough. I know what you're trying to say. You can't bear me shifting the... Interesting. That's actually fair enough, though, yeah. You couldn't bear me shifting the blame and saying this happens because I did what you said. Yeah, and I suppose that would be very guilty because I suppose that would really just be defying the things she sort of based her life around, really. Decide your own life for yourself. Easy enough to understand. Yeah. And I suppose that really sort of goes to real world circumstances. You don't let somebody else do it, even if they have a higher status or more importance than you. You do it yourself, man. I wanted to tell you this too. I was happy spending my life with you. I do not believe that this... Do you think this could potentially be like if this world does actually happen, could this maybe be the end of Hanyu? Like, actually being able to see Rika? Who knows? I mean, I suppose if Rika killed her... No, but the only thing is, let's be honest. Oh, it's hard to say. Oh, I don't know. And through those countless worlds we walked together, I learned that Hinamizawa overflowed with kind and gentle comprehension. Definitely. Yeah, I couldn't agree more. He had everything I wanted from the world. Interesting. I wanted to say that even if you chose a world without me in it, and if I was to disappear, I would still be happy. Yeah. That's actually really interesting because I suppose Anya wouldn't be able to enter that world. Because let's be honest, if Rika actually chose that world, there was no way she would choose Hanyu over her mother. And obviously if she did, and she didn't go back to the other world even though she could, yeah, I don't really think things would be turning out very well. I'm actually really scared because, obviously, of the matter of her mother. I really wonder what would happen for Rika, like, afterwards. Because I suppose you could either think that she'd get really, really long prison sentence and a life of hell because of something she didn't even decide to do. Or maybe she'll be really put on therapy and really just have drugs shoved down her throat. Who knows? I mean, that isn't what all therapy is about, but let's be honest, maybe because of her having committed murder, because of what could potentially be like a mental illness that Yamamoto has sort of found within her, maybe it could be like something mind-based. And you know, we know what happens when the mind is too dangerous for people like that. Yeah. It's either really professional therapy or if they can't do anything, yeah, no. It's like psychotropic shit. Hanyu. Dude, could you believe that, like, this could potentially... Hanyu had foreseen this. Yeah, fair enough. Foreseen that this world would grow ever warmer for me. Yeah, fair enough. But Hanyu herself was in opposition to this world. Any amount of discussing this with Hanyu, who was from the previous world, would only make it more difficult to forsake that one. Definitely, yeah. She had even anticipated that after discussing it with her, I would need to make a decision from an impartial viewpoint. Yeah, just a mutual viewpoint that doesn't really have any sort of bias attached to it. That's why she said it. Yeah, she wanted to accept whatever fate Hooded Erika's decision gave her. Yeah. She didn't want me to worry about her and live in the world that I liked the best. It is just really unbelievable that, I mean, I'm going to be real, let's be honest. I really think it's going to be unlikely that she's actually going to shift to the world that she's in. But at the same time, you don't know. Maybe she will. Maybe this is just like an ending that we really could have never really anticipated. Who knows? God, it really is true. But I think that just really shows how much of a heart Hanyu has. I mean, my God. At the same time, if what she was saying about planning to disappear was actually true, then That's actually going to be really scary to actually imagine, like, all of the consequences and things for everybody, you know. Maybe, I mean, obviously the world would be good, but it wouldn't be nearly as good, I suppose. What does forsake actually mean? Is it like to... Oh right, abandon or leave. Didn't realise that. Yeah, that's fair enough, yeah. I think that's so kind of her. Let's say I did choose this way. What would happen to you? Oh, that's actually fair enough. What would happen to her? Because of that world's rules, that long journey together would come to an end. God. For you, a life in that world. And for me, the fact that my time has already ended in that world would be applied. Yeah, fair enough. Doesn't that mean you would disappear? Yeah, definitely, yeah. But that's a really pleasant thing. I mean, for her, but not for Rika. Rika, you seem to think of it as me dying. Yeah, definitely. And at first I thought so too, that the me and me would die. That's actually fair enough, so the me and her, I suppose, would always be, you know, like, in a spiritual sense, and would always be guiding her like that, I suppose. But the only thing is, it's still not the same. For the Hanyu of that world, she might have disappeared, but she was filled with joy. She spent her life with your mother, enjoying her time to the fullest. Your mother was still alive, but that world's version of me is having a wonderful dream, enveloped in kindness, in a sleep from which you never awake. I suppose it is really good that, you know, she had a happy life and everything, but still, I just really can't believe that she could potentially die. I mean, it really is a decision that Rika's going to take. I'm going to be honest, I really think she is just losing too much if she goes to this world. I mean, she is going to lose a bit if she goes back, but she's just going to lose so much more if she doesn't. I'm sure that warmth, that comfort, it's like that of another's world. Now that I know that, I actually wonder if you will choose that world. For me... You serious? Yeah. Fair enough. If you had lived for 1,000 years, Rika, you would understand that. You would understand that warmth. I'm just genuinely really surprised that, like, even though, because let's be honest, this is basically like I don't really want to say it's dying. I suppose it's like a peaceful sleep, but she will never awake, so it is basically like peacefully dying. I just don't really get why she has to do it. I mean, I suppose she's actually kind of stubborn, let's be honest here. I mean, she could continue the life, and let's be honest, life has never ever been as good as it was before. She has so many opportunities now, and she really can just live in happiness forever, I suppose. But yeah, it's just really tricky to think that maybe it might be over for her. I could feel an ecstasy in Hanu's words. Hanu had lived for a millennium, and she understood that in a way I couldn't. Yeah, that's actually fair enough. You have to be joking, I'm just a kid. I'm only 100 years old. Of course I can't understand. Yeah, she can't though, no. So that's actually it's a really big decision. Does she do what she wants more, or does she do what Hanu wants more? Oh god, it just gets more and more tricky the more you learn. Rika, would you please stop using me as a reason to run away from this choice? It's always really funny with gods, like they always, I suppose, like this god, especially Hanya, but like it's always really funny, like whenever you sort of think of a response, you always just get everything that is completely different to what you could have ever thought of. Like, I would have never thought she'd respond like that. But yeah, I suppose this could potentially be running away from the choice but at the same time, it's being rational. Like, she doesn't understand, so she can't really understand the significance of what she would actually decide. Fair enough. That was the truth. My whole world and this one are being weighed on scales of my heart. Yeah, definitely. It isn't. Oh, that is really bad, even slightly towards either side. Trying to shift the responsibility for choosing onto Hanya was just me being irresponsible. Yeah, I suppose it is her decision. I suppose it is actually kind of fair enough to think that, like, if she makes a really regrettable decision, she may blame the person that could have potentially influenced her, but she's not influencing her, she's just telling her the information in a non-biased viewpoint, you know? I can tell everything about that world's construction to help you make your choice. Interesting. First. Yeah, first Mayabara Katie. Hang on a second, you've got to be kidding me. So she knows everything that could potentially happen. I suppose this is a metaphorical picture here. It isn't really like actually what's happening, because it would not be possible to get into this shrine world, really. So I suppose this one is the previous world, the one that, let's be honest, I kind of think it would be better for Dika to go back to. First, Mayabara Keiichi, who told us many times that destiny could be broken. Oh, interesting, he did not transfer. Hang on a second, if he didn't transfer schools in this world, then what the fuck happened to it? Because you remember, the only reason he came to Hinamizawa was because his parents were looking for a place, you know, to make him live his life again as a potential, like, you know, young criminal, really. I mean, I don't really know if what he is doing could be considered, could be considered a crime, but, like, you could potentially cause blindness. I think that would be a little bit, like, illegal. I knew that for a while now. Yeah, but I suppose maybe in the future he could have. I don't know. He wasn't in my class. things like these, they're really subtle, but they just hint, like, just the significance of this. She's saying the person, she's saying what she'll miss, and then the significance of what she'll miss. I like that. It's just really subtle, but yeah. For a time, Keiichi suffered the stress of his entrance exams, yeah. But unlike in the previous world. Okay, that's actually really good. Unlike in the previous world, he wasn't firing any toy guns at children. God, it sounds so, like, comical when you say it, like, when you see it like that, but you just realise how fucking awful that is. I mean, it's not a joke, it actually happened. It just looks like a joke when you read it in text like that, but yeah, it happened. He strengthened his mind, endured the temptation, and finally overcame his mental weakness. Interesting. Right now, he's trying to deal with the exams waiting. Right now, he's trying to deal with the exams awaiting him as someone with a firm pride in his breast. Right. Okay then. That's actually really good to hear that, like, you know, obviously the normal way this could have finished actually happened. Which means Keiichi's sin is absent. Yeah, definitely, yeah. Which is why he never moved here. Fair, yeah. Ryugu Rena too never moved to Ibaraki since her parents' company stayed in the business. Oh, interesting, yeah. Therefore the divorce didn't happen either, yeah. For that reason, then I will feel no guilt. That's actually fair enough. I'm gonna be honest though, with things like these, especially, like, for example, Satoko, like, all of the flawed things in Hinamizawa, all of the bad things just being removed, everything. I suppose some bad things like Keiichi not being here, but at the same time, good things like him having never done really bad shit. It just seems too good to be true, this world, honestly. I don't know. I don't really wonder how she can actually know these things, because you can't actually go to the world, but at the same time, the only thing she can do is communicate to Rika. But, like this, for example, that shows that probably hasn't happened. So I wonder how she's actually been able to do it, but she's a god, I suppose maybe she can view missing fragment pieces or something like that. Yeah, I had no sin either. Yeah, definitely. On the day of the ceremony where the elder sister had her back tattooed, Sonozaki Mion and Shion Sonozaki didn't switch places. Okay, wow. That's actually really interesting. So that Mion there, she was Shion. And then, obviously, Shion was Mion. That's insane. So, no, like, switching between... Ah... I see. I got the feeling the Mion at school seems somehow different. That's actually interesting. Yeah, I actually gonna get what Rika means. I mean, like, she's not nearly as sort of, you know, energetic as the normal Mion would be. She always loves board games, but she talked about her little sister knowing more about them. Oh, yeah, definitely. I see, I get it. Mion didn't push her role as a successor onto her young sister and now spends her days training to be the head of her family. Interesting. Sion too attends a distant school so she can support the family without getting in the way. And she's working her hardest as we speak. Well, that's actually really interesting. So I suppose like her attending a distant and, let's be honest, really good school is actually for the intent that she will get a really good job and will be able to support the family in the future. I mean, it's a fair play, but like, you know, it's just kind of predetermining her entire life. Not really the best, but I suppose she is working her hardest. And let's be honest, like Sion or Mion in this world, of course she'd work hard. The sisters both felt guilty at switching on the day of the tattoo ceremony. Definitely. If that didn't happen, then... Sion and Mion had no sin. Yeah, definitely, yeah. I don't think I need to go on, but Hojo Satoko doesn't... Yeah... I'm assuming patricide is like killing parents. Patricide. Oh, right. That's actually interesting. Why would it... The killing of one's father, but like... That's interesting that a word's particularly for father. I wonder what mother is. Satoko grew closer with her stepfather, and they rebuilt their relationship. Yeah, definitely. That's actually really interesting. If it... Or maybe you could think if it's patricide, then... Could it potentially be possible that maybe Satoko's mother actually suicided? I don't think it could be that. No, there's no way it could be. I don't agree. God, I didn't really read that last night. Oh, that's so nice. That really is just absolutely brilliant. Because of that, she wasn't possessed by that terrible illness. That's actually really interesting. So, because of her having rebuilt her relationship, maybe the illness could still be there. The Hojo family didn't oppose the village and they weren't even ostracized. That's actually fair. Yeah. Satoko has no sin. Definitely. Yeah. Well, for Satoko and her family, this would be their ideal world. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. I was about to say that Rika choosing the reality that is predefined for Hinamizawa would actually be ethical on like a sort of really ethical, because she'd basically be changing the entire lives of these people. But at the same time, that's not true, because these worlds still happen even if she's not there, or if she is there. All the worlds in Higurashi go on Sotsu. I don't even want to imagine. Especially the ones where Akazaka goes wild. Oh my god. Ugh. Because he's a really high up policeman. Can't imagine what would have happened after that. Does that go on her family? It's just so weird to say that. Isn't this the ideal of everyone? Yeah, definitely. I couldn't agree more. But at the same time, you really do wonder with people like Casey, for example. I mean, I don't know, maybe Hinamizawa was... I mean, you do often see, like, Hinamizawa, like, just really giving him a new start that you would have never really got in a city-related environment. Who knows? At the same time, it's really hard to... And, like, he's experienced so much more of life's brilliant sort of things through these people, really. He's had the times of his life. They would all be gone if this world hadn't have been there. Oh, where are we going to? Oh, Katie going to Hinamazawa because he had committed his... Yeah, definitely. Yeah. But in this world, he didn't, and was right now living his very best. Yeah, and he's probably going to, let's be honest, he's going to get a very good job. Then I avoided her sad fate too, and that was it. Yeah. She called herself by her given name, Reina. That is so weird to see, but yeah, I was living happily. Mion and Sion were leading happy lives too. Definitely, yeah. Without the tattoo incident, they were friendly sisters. The way they have been born. Oh, that's actually really interesting. Yeah. I mean, I suppose they are very friendly and they're also very close, but they do still have that conflict. But at the same time, without this whole to-do thing, they don't really have the flexibility and they probably really don't know each other as much. But at the same time, this is better, this factor. They were forced to leave apart. Oh, due to family matters, but that wouldn't be enough to tear them apart. Shit! Yeah, so still not really the best for them, I suppose, but yeah, they were forced to leave. It really wouldn't be, no. Oh my god, yeah. First off, this world was exactly the world of her dreams. Yeah. And oh my god, yeah, with Satoshi as well. Surrounded by the warmth of her family and her big brother, she was leading a bright and healthy life. She really was, yeah. This is the world that I, as her friend, should be wishing for the most. Yeah, definitely, yeah. Yeah, so it's just really tough. Like, does she do the world where, have the world where everybody else apart from her has ideal conditions, or maybe the world where her but nobody else has ideal conditions? It's really tricky because both of them have really shit things, but both of them has really good things as well. The Satoshi world, this was the only world in which he still existed. Definitely. He's not had a hell. He's not had a living hell either. In all the worlds I've been to, this was the only one where he was alive. Yeah, fair enough, yeah. Satoshi couldn't exist anywhere but here. Yeah. Satoshi couldn't exist anywhere but here. Maybe he will be able to exist in Hinamazawa in the future. And Fuderica. Fuderica, this world was. Yeah, she doesn't even know. Maybe I had 0 friends. Yeah, compared to my old world, that was very sad. But I could change that now through time and effort. True. Maybe I was sad Gaiety wasn't here. Yeah, because she would never be able to meet him. Never. Maybe in the future. I don't know. But Gaiety was living a resolute life in the place he had originally lived in. Definitely. Instead, I had Satoshi. That's actually fair enough. I suppose they aren't the same, but still, somebody like them. He wasn't the same as Gaiety, but he was very kind and considerate. Definitely. Yeah. Even the club I was disappointed didn't exist. Could start the very next day if I wanted it to. Definitely. Yeah, it really does have potential. With the Hojo siblings, Mion, Dena, and me. And maybe my other classmates too. That would be amazing. Like a club of 12 people. That'd either be really good or really bad, I can't tell. What would the club be like with so many people? Yeah. think I'd be able to compare it to the one we had with Casey and the rest. I knew I wouldn't be able to place one over the other. Yeah, fair enough. It's just such a difficult decision. But the only thing is, I suppose with this, she doesn't really know, but at the same time with the other one, she's had, you know, like first-hand experience for 100 fucking years. Best experience you could possibly get, so she really does have an idea of what the other option would be, but she doesn't really have an idea of what the option she could maybe be making a commitment to could be. Could you imagine if, like, all of these things, for example, maybe something goes wrong, maybe even if this world is ideal, maybe someone, I don't know, maybe Inamazar syndrome happens, or even worse. No, hang on a second, it won't happen, but yeah, maybe worst case scenario, like, I suppose the thing is, even though this world is ideal, Inamazar is going to end in a year. That was such a difficult decision. My parents were in this world. Yeah, definitely. And I'd already learned how to interact with them. Yeah! As Hooded Erika, who would regain the love of her family. Yeah, definitely. But the only thing with Hooded Erika, if she was speaking through her for the entirety of her life, I mean, the only thing is, if she forgets the fragments, she doesn't really have the memory Hanya has, so she will forget in eventual times, but still, she won't forget for the first few years that she's committed to it. So maybe it won't be as good as she imagines, who knows? My parents weren't in the previous one, definitely, yeah. But I had lively roommates that wouldn't leave me feeling lonely. Easily, Satoko and Hanyu, definitely. And the thing is, let's be honest, Satoko wouldn't be a roommate. And secondly, oh my god, missing Hanyu. Oh my, I don't think she could live without her. But the only thing is she would forget. So maybe it would be really bad at first, but the more she forgot, the less significance it would have. Who knows? I still think it's worse living in this world. If I choose this world, I'd have to say goodbye to Hanyu, the friend I'd spent 100 years with. The 100 years! That is a long time. That is going to be really, really difficult. Friend? No. If what Hanyu said was true, then she was my ancestor and a mother to me. Yeah, I suppose so. Oh shit, you could actually make the argument that this could potentially mean that maybe not all people should be able to see their ancestors, so as a result maybe this is just nature carrying out, you know? Which meant she was on the exact same level as my father and mother. She was my family. Definitely, yeah. My parents and Hanyu were both very important to me. Yeah! I couldn't possibly weigh them against each other. I couldn't agree more, it's so tricky. That world is the ideal world. Born of someone's dream? Oh, maybe that could have been... Could you imagine if that was actually born from Rika's dream? That would actually make sense. I suppose in this really, really mysterious world, that could potentially make sense if you comprehended it the way I am. So, maybe she dies, the worst thing happens, a nightmare happens, but then her dream, I suppose, of a peaceful world happens. Nobody related to you has sinned. Yeah, definitely. It's a very, very pure, clear and beautiful world. Is it the best, though? I've already left that world, and Rika's like, hasn't been corrupted. Well, that's actually fair enough, so she could actually live a normal life. But the only thing is, no matter how much she forgets, is she going to remember the life of Rika? Who knows? Like, all of the memories that she's never been able to have that she's had. Or are they just going to go into her head? So I have no sin either. That's actually really interesting. She thinks that using her power to basically defy nature is a sin. And you, Rika, you haven't corrupted your own life, so neither do you. I find it interesting that she thinks that she's corrupted her own life. But I suppose... Even Takano has no sin. Definitely. I mean, Takano? Who's Takano? I mean, who's Tanashi Miyako? I really wonder what would have actually happened with her childhood. I hope she says. Not a single person does. Definitely. Perfectly white, blank world. Yeah. That's right. And you can choose that now, Rika. Maybe this world is a valuable opportunity given to you at the end of your who even I've never met. Shit, I just genuinely wonder, like, what she's gonna do, because things like these really just are convincing. It's just really sounding like she may go to this world after all. They could have been a little more compassionate about it. Oh, that's actually fair enough, yeah. Which is why that god gave you the chance to go back to your old world too. Yeah, fair enough, yeah. By committing the gravest sin of matricide, you can choose to release yourself from this seamless paralysis. Yeah. That's actually kind of ironic. Commit a sin and then get out of the world of no sin and then just go to the one with loads of it, I suppose. But the only thing is, it's not really that relevant anymore, I suppose. I mean, it is, but at the same time, like, everything's changed now. And sort of the worst impacts of those aren't really present anymore. It's a matricide is the opposite of patricide, I'm assuming. Hanyu, you said your daughter killed you. Well, that's actually really interesting. So I suppose in this world, what do you think of me repeating the act? Yeah, definitely. If I were your mother, I would probably say this. If it made you happy, I would not spare my own life. It may be too early for you to understand, Rika. So why would she not actually spare her own life if it made her happy? I suppose if anything, like, she's gonna die, so she wouldn't want to do it if it was the thing that the killer actually wanted, I suppose. I don't know though. But it's a feeling only someone who has given birth to a child and becomes a mother could know. There was once a mother, so I understand. Yeah. Oh my goodness, second, I'm really dumb. I don't know what I thought. Would not spare my life, like, save my life. God, that's actually really interesting. So she would actually die for her. That's insane. I mean, to be fair, it was probably inevitable to happen anyway. No, it wasn't. It wasn't. Don't think like that. Yeah, that's actually fair enough. Like, the strong feelings you have to your kids. Yeah. I get that a lot. If you said going back to your old world would make you happy, I will gladly offer you her life. She couldn't. She's the one person who would never say that. She'd just scream, "Are you crazy?" and go into hysterics. I agree. I definitely agree. Because the only thing is, I thought this was Hanya, but this is Hanya sort of thinking about Rika here, Rika's mom here. But the only thing is, her sort of psychology and feelings, they're way different to humans. I don't really think this would be happening. I think Rika's way more correct here. She is actually kind of, she does sound, I mean, for example, she would never go, like, It's actually kind of, you could sort of back this up with situations that have happened in the past. Actually, it's in another world. I was going to suggest, like, even though Rika was happy with the research, she didn't want it to happen, and she made her stance clear. But then I remember my mother's smile when we made curry together. Would it be so strange if such fearsome words came from her mouth? I don't regret my daughter killing. Jesus Christ. I don't regret my daughter killing. Thanks a lot. The sin that she might have inherited was cleansed. Yeah, it is actually kind of scary to think, but like, I suppose this having happened would definitely cause, like, I don't know, it would cause like the exposure with this. I suppose this really violent deed, because it was carried out by someone so strong, it was so close and such a strong relationship, it would have more significance. If I had spent my own life, my daughter might have been persecuted, same as me. That's actually fair enough, yeah. So I just need to think about this with Rika, so... But have you ever thought about... Oh my god, definitely! But have you ever thought about what the daughter who killed you felt? You've got to be kidding me. It's easier to die, isn't it? Yeah. You can wallow in devotion and virtue as you die peacefully. Yeah, but the only... I mean, I suppose she probably would, because she would know her death would be for the good cause, but nobody else... But the killer has to bear the cost forever. Definitely, yeah. Didn't you say so before? Yeah, definitely. But I suppose maybe you could think, because of this, maybe like the bad she has done has had good sort of ending It's ended in a good manner, but still. Your daughter vowed to create an Amazon where everybody wanted to help each other. All for your sake. Definitely. And your daughters over 1,000 years went along with your sin. Yeah, interesting. Maybe you shouldn't have died. Yeah, I suppose from Rika thinks like the bad doing that Hanya's done is like the selfish act of sort of dying, really. Well, not really that, but putting somebody through it, you know? And it wasn't just a death, it was a horrible death as well. I don't know what the sin you were bearing was, but you should have lived and fought. That's actually really interesting. I get what she means, because maybe if she hates all of these things and she just thinks that, well, especially because of her having been like, you know, the one of normal person, she couldn't really do anything, but she probably could have, now that you think about it. Thought that your descendants wouldn't have to bear the sin. Yeah, that's actually really interesting. Yeah, because if she would have fought, then maybe it could have been, it could be likely that would they actually have to bear the really horrible task of killing her? Who knows? But you surrendered, and for 1,000 years the sinners have been bearing that cross. Right? Oh yeah, she's got her speechless. Hanya was silent. That, without a doubt, was Hanya's sin. Yeah, it was easy to die for her daughter's sake. Yeah, but her daughter's guilt would never heal. Definitely. And the only thing is, you really do... That is actually something really interesting, because her daughter's guilt... Her daughter's guilt, what it would go to, when she raised her daughter's daughter, you know, maybe... that guilt, I mean, these things are life-changing. It could really change, like, her entire sort of emotional state. Maybe it could have changed the way she was, like, raised. And then, maybe thanks to that, and thanks to the way that person was raised, it could go down, and then it could repeat and repeat and repeat. Until Rika, obviously, because Hanya would have broken the cycle. But, like, still, I really, really understand that now. But when Hanya answered, she remained undaunted. Then let me ask you, Rika. You say I should have lived and fought. What will you do now? Oh, that's actually fair enough. But the only thing is, how is she going to be able to come up with an answer now? Do you wish to live in that world, accepting the reality you are in, and always fighting the oddities different from your old world? Interesting. Yeah. Huh? Oh, for fuck's sake. I don't know how to. Right, I'm back. What's this song called? Liberating. Yeah, fair enough. I suppose because she has actually moved from a different world, it would be really difficult to accept, like, the sort of differences, really. Yeah, and I suppose you would be fighting, like, yeah. Will you abandon the world that you've... Will you abandon that world that you gained after 100 years? Stained in grime and sweat, yet still beautiful? Yeah, definitely, because I thought this was applying to Hanyu, but this is definitely applying to Rika, because she would have to accept the reality. She would have to, like, for example, eventually, like, she would have to endure not being able to be in Inamazora and fighting the Odysseys until she's obviously forgot them and found that world's normal. Oh my god, yeah. Yeah. Will she abandon it? She was right, maybe this world was beautiful. It was, but... Yeah, definitely. Thank you. Thank you. I really think she's starting to think on the right lines. But that didn't mean the way my old shown wasn't beautiful too. Why wouldn't it be? We won that fight after such a long journey. Definitely. And even now, you call that world which you gained at the end of the century your original world. And even now, you call that world which you gained at the end of a century your original world. So, however pleasant this world may be, shouldn't you throw... So, however pleasant this world may be, shouldn't you throw it all away? Fight away the desire to stay this world and return to your original one? I find it really interesting. At first, she wasn't really going to say she was going to, you know, talk, because it would be impossible talk, like, with a viewpoint. It would be impossible to sort of, you know, talk without bias. But I suppose this is definitely sort of her just saying, please come to this world. Even if you had to destroy this world, liberate you from... Even if you had to destroy this world, liberate you from all the sins... From the sins all related to you? Yeah, she's not really gonna... She's never gonna be biased. She's always gonna throw something in that would counteract that biasness. That bias. This must be so fucking difficult. My daughter, who tells me to fight. You too should fight. Yeah, definitely. Oh, I love that she thinks this as well. Definitely. I agree. The fight is not to defeat and overcome the obstacles before you. Yeah, because I suppose this could maybe be like a massive obstacle. I mean, it definitely is though, right? I suppose if you're looking at it in the view of like her returning to 1983 again, this definitely is something that's really, really preventing her from going back. Something that's sort of like just putting a stop on her journey and potentially making it change. In the end, that is no more than a simple detour on the straight path before you. To truly fight is to make your own choices. I love that. And every choice in life, at every crossroads, people hesitate. Definitely. Having one choice brightly illuminated and then selecting it, such a predetermined choice, is not a fight. Oh, definitely, yeah. I've got that. I've experienced that so many times. Not in its extreme measures, but like still. No matter how many times you are presented with a choice, you choose the same one. It's inevitability. Real choices when you truly think and worry. Yeah, definitely. When you never know which one you should choose. Fair enough, yeah. It is precisely the same as the choice between the red box and the blue box. Oh my god, I remember that. Oh, yeah. It's precisely the same as the choice between the red box and the blue box you spoke of once before. Will you choose the red box or the blue? To choose without guidance demands incredible courage and determination. Definitely, yeah. Or it could also be the opposite. Maybe it could just encourage incredible, like, stupidness, really. Stupidity. That is a true choice. God, this music is so relaxing. It really is peaceful. It's just so atmospheric. Atmospheric stuff is so soothing on the ears, so really it's good for relaxation. Not good when you're trying to stay awake in late times, but like, yeah, we'll forget about that for the moment. If you knew what was in the boxes, it would no longer be a choice. Definitely, yeah. It is because you do not know what is inside that you can be satisfied with what is inside the box you choose. Yeah. If you knew the contents of the other, it could lead to despair. Yeah, that's actually fair enough, yeah. Being left at a crossroads with no guidance and no hints is what it means to live. Yeah, that's actually really interesting because I suppose nobody will really guide you how to do it. You have to do it yourself. You may lazily continue to choose the right or knock over the sign. Choose at random. Yeah. You may also search carefully for hints, worrying over how beneficial the left or right would be and remain at the crossroad forever. Yeah, that's fair. Thus, you would be able to accept the final result awaiting you as your own responsibility. Would you not? It's really interesting, I suppose. But yeah, it's fair enough. A lot of choices are our own responsibility, especially if they're bad ones. You would not grow old and go into your coffin wanting advice from your parents, would you? Worry, choose, and go forward. Oh my god, yeah. If Rika is being told these things, Jesus, man, how beneficial. Or maybe it's just going to make it complicated. But, like, this sort of thing says here, like... Yeah, this. Entirely. Right, choosing go forward. That is the fight. Oh yeah, definitely. I earnestly worried and chose my own life. She actually did, I suppose. So this choice she made, that's actually really interesting, was my daughters earnestly worried and chose their own lives. Yeah. For each and every one of us, that is sacred. It is precious. The descendant 1,000 years later must not sully that. Is sully like to sort of demean? Oh, damage the purity or integrity of. Right, interesting. All who lived in that age were always beautiful. Yeah. You must not speak of their lives using the values of later generations. This must be so hard for her. Lastly, I'll tell you something very important. Oh shit, I wonder what it's going to be. The Kami no Mikoto no Ri's power that connects us will soon be lost forever. I will never again be able to interfere with this world. Oh shit. This is the last night I'll be able to hear one of these helpful lectures. I like that. I suppose it is kind of a lecture though, but yeah. There is one more thing. The fragment that has appeared in your mother will lose its power forever when the sun sets tomorrow. Oh shit. So I'm assuming that's just losing doesn't mean disappearing. That's actually kind of nuts though. So I suppose these fragments have limited times in which they can actually be valid and like returns can actually happen. Yeah, that is actually really coincidental though, because could you imagine if she just took a day longer? I mean, she's been living here for like a few weeks, so it could have happened, but no, that is nuts. Or maybe maybe Hanya is becoming a phishing scammer, you know, just getting urgency to make her act out of stress. Nah, she would never do that, but like still. It means you will forever lose the chance to take back the fragment with your own hands. Yeah, definitely, yeah. which means I need to make my decision about whether to go back to my original life. Life, I was going to say, but it says world. Well, by sundown tomorrow. There's no third option to put the choice off. Definitely. Yeah. I suppose the third option to put the choice off would just mean you would go in this world and maybe you wouldn't be happy with it. Maybe you would. Who knows? No. You may also choose to flee the decision. Purposely ignore the last moment you have to choose and passively stay in that world. Definitely, yeah. If you did, would you live that life differently than one you chose proactively? Definitely. Actually, yeah, easily. Whether or not I choose proactively was also whether or not I would accept this world. Yeah. If I continue to live here without accepting it, I would drag along all the distress that I currently hold forever. Definitely. Compared to that, maybe it would be a lot better just to choose one or the other. Definitely. Yeah. But even that wasn't easy. Hanya had said that this very distress itself was the battle. Definitely. Yeah. Now, Rika. Oh my gosh, she's really going to make her to decide on the spot? Or maybe she's just going to say she has to go. Because of the power. Now, Rika. Fight. Yeah! Your fight will last until sundown tomorrow. The most important day of her life and all of her past as well. What her past has actually been leading up to. 100 years could be, like, in question here. But please don't run away. Oh, yeah. Brilliant, yeah. Because whichever world you decide on, I know that one will be a wonderful one. I agree. I suppose it's just trying to decide which one will be more wonderful. I mean, yeah. Just like the world you gained after fighting for 100 years was. Definitely. The world you choose after fighting through this will become wonderful. I'm sure of it. It may. It may not, but I think it probably is very likely if everybody puts effort in. So please, Rika, you mustn't choose one without fighting. definitely. People were never ever satisfied with the result of a choice. They didn't struggle with... Yeah, I couldn't agree more. That is actually so relatable, my god. Thank you, Hanyu. Oh, fight. Yeah, good for with this choice. If I can meet you again, it will be in our original world. And if it's this world, then take a good rest to heal your millennia of exhaustion. Yeah. God, could you imagine if this is the last time they ever spoke? Because we don't know. Maybe she is actually going to decide the other one. Oh my god, could you imagine if she does? Oh, that would be really sad. Thank you for everything. Thank you so much. It was because of your strength that I mistook my own life for something I could do over as many times as I wanted. Definitely. If that's who I am, then I feel like it would be strange somehow if I was living in my original world. Oh. Interesting. Yeah, so I suppose if she kind of feels like living in the world that she was sort of predetermined to live in for all this time, would actually be weird if she is sort of defying like the basic rules of nature and like humanity. Really, it was easy for me to think that if I slipped up in any small way, I could just do it over. But that wouldn't make that a wonderful. In that sense, I understand just a little. You're kind of using your power on me when you shouldn't have. That's actually fair enough, I mean. But that sin belongs to me too, for walking through such an easy life. I just really find it interesting that she thinks, like, thinking and not really having to make any... Hang on, let me just read it again. Yeah, I suppose because if she ever messed up, or obviously if anything around her ever messed up, she could just redo it, and it's not what life should be, I suppose. It's really interesting she finds her life so easy because she hasn't actually... She thinks her life is easy because she hasn't really have to cope with death. As we travelled all those worlds, I called it a real one in the dice, treating my own life without respect. And that's actually really interesting. So she's, I suppose, the sort of amount of things that happened to her life were just determined by like what she thought was just like a number of 1 to 6, really. I think this world taught me the weight of their decision. Yeah, interesting. So at the end, being able to choose a wonderful world either way means I'm really lucky, right? Definitely. Definitely, man. Yes, I'm assuming the decision she's referring to is just the decision of being able to tamper with your life and just being able to really just choose things that are going to impact you forever, really, let's be honest. I have no doubt that I'm the most fortunate person in all these worlds. It's actually really interesting when you think about that, because her existence is not only really sort of reliant on loads of coincidences happening. Like, I mean, the amount of luck required for like 8 people in a row to or like 8 generations of Hooded families to all be girls, for her to actually be born and be the successor of Oyasura or someone, and obviously to sort of skip the reality that was waiting for her, really. It's just amazing. I do kind of get what she means, but at the same time you can't sort of deny like the torment, like not being able to, having to escape death actually caused for her. I have no doubt that I'm the most fortunate person in all these worlds. Thank you, Hanyu. Yeah, because she was one of the reasons she is. Thank you for giving me your kind words until the very end, when I was just stupid and conceited.
温かな言葉をかけてくれてありがとう。
That's actually really interesting. I suppose before, the decision would have been so easy just to go back to like beginning of June 1983 or whenever the next Inamazawa began, because the Inamazawa she was living in now was just so awful because of bad events happening. But no, not here. Really the opposite. I'll worry over this with everything I have. Yeah, she definitely should. I mean, I suppose it's kind of sad that she has to worry, but yeah, the more worry, the more decision. I worry and grasp a really wonderful one. Yeah. So thank you, Hanyu. Hanyu, please. Answer me. You've got to be kidding me. So Hanyu hasn't actually... Yeah, it's actually kind of interesting. She's been talking so much, and yeah, she really has been. Yeah, so interesting. I suppose this is her departing message. Oh my god. I suppose she's really going to sort of find out now, like, what it would really be like without Hanyu. Maybe that's going to influence her decision. Who knows? What? She's not actually art? Oh, fuck. So this could potentially be the last time she ever spends... Shit, man. The crystal ball was now quiet and cold in my hands and gave off only a dull reflection of the flashlight that illuminated me. That's actually kind of bad to think, like, what would actually happen if she's discovered in the ritual storehouse? That could be bad. Oh, God, that could actually really impact the decision. Who knows? I shed all the tears I could. I don't blame her. I thought if I didn't, I would hesitate when it came to time to choose. Yeah, fair enough, because I suppose just the overwhelming sort of nature of the choice. I suppose at least if it gets to her now, it won't get to her like when it really, really is important. Yeah, fair. So I cried out everything I had, and I thanked her for a 100-year relationship. Yeah, because depending on my choice, I might never get to say those words again. Exactly. It's so fucking tricky. Genuinely can't even like comprehend. I can't even put into words how tricky I'm finding this to just even think about. Then I replaced the crystal ball on the altar, where it was now just a marble. Slipped out of the storehouse and crawled back into bed. There was no way I was going to sleep. Fair enough, yeah. I'm going to be honest, if you sleep in this time, one of the most important choice in your life, and you don't contemplate it. Actually, maybe sleep would be the best thing to sort of make your head clear. Oh, I don't know. So it could either impact it because you'd have less time to decide, but at the same time it could also impact it negatively, or it could impact it positively, obviously. At least that's what I was thought until I wrapped myself in linens, felt the cool wind on my bare feet, and drifted off to sleep without even realising. Oh damn, that's surprising. But I suppose this stress and this overwhelming feeling would really, really just make her tired, of course. Oh shit. Right. This is the last day, man. Higurashi was going to sleep. I was going to sleep. They're the same. They could potentially be the same. That may indicate that she's chose this world. I wonder. Good night, everyone. Good night. Me. Yeah. Right. I really wonder. Oh, of course, the day is wonderful. That just makes it all the more difficult. I gotta do the hoodie putting on thing. I have done the hoodie putting on thing. God, I just wonder what she's going to choose. Oh, I really do wonder. And the sun rose again on another wonderful day for Higurashi. She took her first step, her first small effort to become friends with her classmates again. Oh my god. So now she's going to really sort of, like, oh, she's just going to see the best of this world. But I suppose she's going to get, like, a experience of what this world may be like. And at home, she was wrapped in her parents' love. Definitely. And the sun brightening her wonderful day fell behind the mountains and disappeared. Oh, oh shit, God, we're getting straight to the point. Alright, so it's going darker now. Ooh, I wonder where we're gonna go. Long, long ago, there was a god who appeared before mankind. Bread rained down from heaven, some lamented that it was not meat rained down from the heavens, some lamented that they prefer bread. What descended down from the heavens until I know what will make all happy. Water shall rain down. Oh, interesting. Yeah. Water rain down from the heavens. That is so interesting. Oh my god, man, I wonder what this is actually going to be. Okay, I'm actually really happy. I was kind of scared that that could have potentially been, like, you know, the end. Okay, I'm just really happy at that. But, oh my god, man. That was actually a really interesting sort of thing there. I suppose that just really sort of shows that without making a full decision and making, like, I suppose that isn't really, like, the bad choices of people. It's just the bad choices of God. And it just kind of shows, like, the dissatisfaction you get from a bad choice and how nothing will ever be good enough. I suppose. Huh? Do you know who I am, Rika-chan? Wait, what? Meep. Yes. Where am I? Oh no! Wait, hang on a second. Shit! Has she been transferred to the hospital in her sleep? After hearing that answer, the nurse burst out of the room in sheer surprise. How rude. What? What? Oh my god, so hang on a second. So I firstly thought that this was Rika's mum. Oh my god. But at the same time I thought that maybe they'd drugged her in her sleep and then they'd sort of got her to the mental hospital. Oh my god, that's unbelievable. After hearing that answer, the nurse burst out of the room in sheer surprise. How rude. Where's Dr. Irie? Call him at once. Oh yeah, because she's literally been hit by a car. But the only thing is she didn't die in this world. That's really interesting, but I suppose that's the reward from having made the choice so big. Tell him, Rika-chan has to come too. My head hurts. Oh, thank goodness. Thank goodness. God, so she chose, you know, the interests of definitely my choice, definitely my sort of preferred choice. She chose it. Oh, she didn't want this world to be abandoned. Yeah, and I suppose this would really hint. Where? Oh, thank goodness, thank goodness. Do you remember what happened? Oh yeah, I think she does, definitely. Meep. Is this the clinic? Yeah, oh my god. Yes. While you were heading back to Hinamazawa with your friends, you had an accident and hit your head. But never woke up again. We feared your consciousness would never return. Yeah, that's fair enough, but I suppose it is actually kind of, I hate to say the word, but miraculous that her consciousness did return, but it did, man. It fucking did. Thank goodness, oh thank goodness. I know, it's so good that she's alive though, fucking hell. Idiot even had a few tears in his eyes as he spoke. Oh, good for him, man. I was still just a little scared. Fair. I wanted to make sure this was the world I knew so well. Go to the clinic and check the sign. So I mustered my courage and asked Idiot. Yes, all of your friends were incredibly worried about you. Satoko-chan, of course, and Maebara-kun, and Mion-san and Rena-san. Oh my god, Keiichi? Now he's there. Oh, I suppose because this maybe. Could you imagine if this was like one of the bad worlds of June 1983? Fucking hell, that would not be good. Unfortunately, Satoshi-kun. Yeah, fair enough. Unfortunately, Satoshi-kun still hasn't reached a state where he can wake up yet. And my mother? Oh, yeah, she's probably gonna find out. Your memories must still be a little confused. Oh, yeah, definitely, yeah. That happens when you've been unconscious for a long time. That's actually really interesting. Could you imagine if this world was an entire dream, though? Because I suppose you would have been unconscious for a long time, and maybe... I don't really know, it just sounds... It's ridiculous. It's actually ridiculous. There's no way this could possibly be a dream. I mean, if you feel this, you cannot feel... I mean, to be fair, people can lucid dream, so I don't really know how... I've never done it, obviously, so I don't really know how much people can feel in dreams, but yeah. Maybe this is just a really realistic dream, but I think that's really unlikely. Is she dead? Oh, yeah, she died 2 years ago. Years ago on the day of the Higurashi. Were you dreaming of your mother while you were asleep? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I suppose so, yeah. Oh my god, because she probably would have... Probably? No, she would have killed her mother. Jesus, man. Thank you. I'm fine now. Knowing that my mother was dead gives me a complex feeling. Yeah, definitely, because I suppose in this world it was inevitable that it had happened, but in the other world, she's probably she has done it. But there wasn't any doubt that this was the world I knew so well. Definitely, yeah. And according to EDA, it had been a little over a month since the accident. Jesus Christ. Oh, that must be scary. After telling me he'd be right back, he scrambled out of the room. Left in my hospital room, filled with the voices of cicadas. I could do nothing but wander through my vague memories for a time. Oh. Damn, so she doesn't actually remember it. That's actually really surprising. I was fooling around on my bike and while heading home from playing at the pool with everyone, and everyone? I suppose you're still friends. I got hit by a car, right? But the world I awoke to, after that, is still vivid in my mind. Oh, yeah, and if this is my original world, then I, after grappling with that difficult choice, chose my old world and safely ended my long journey to return to it. Yep. And I'm so happy she did it. Or was this all just a long dream I had, like EDS said, while I was in a coma from the accident? Now that EDS said that this is a month, I really do wonder if it could potentially be likely, but I still just don't really understand how you'd be in such a realistic dream that you would actually feel movement and you would actually feel everything that you would feel in a normal world reality. It's just kind of weird. I didn't know. Fair, yeah.
Hanyu.
Hanyu. Oh my god, are you there? Oh, she's probably going to be able to speak to her. Or maybe she won't be. Oh, thank God. Wait, did she... I have never heard her use owl in such a weird tone. Hanyu, are you there? Ah, that's good. Oh, that must be such a relief for her. And it is such a relief for me, honestly. It really is. Waking up in that world and not seeing you straight away was really disheartening. Oh, fair enough. Has something like that ever happened? That's actually really interesting because she would have done that every single time in that other world. I've always been the first one you saw whenever you woke up, Rika. That's actually really interesting. Well, hang on, I don't know why I read that so wrong. But yeah, that world, yeah, definitely. Fair enough. Interesting that she's just trying to, you know, like brush it all off. Hanyu speaks to me while wearing an affectionate expression. But her saying that at length makes me remember the world of just a few moments ago. Fair, yeah. Because for the first time, Hanyu wasn't there when I woke up. Yeah. And it's just so weird now. She's finally there. Hanyu, that world. Was it a dream? Yeah, I really wonder. Or was it real? When the choices just don't end. What does she answer? I don't really understand what you're saying, Rika. Oh, that's interesting. Did something happen? Wait, hang on a sec. You've got to be kidding me. Did she forget? Are you serious? Rika, I don't understand what you're talking about. She has to be tricking her. There is no way that she's forgot it. But when you see this, it's really quite naive. Was Hanyu playing dumb or was she telling the truth? I couldn't tell. Yeah, that's actually fair enough. I kind of think it may be likely that she's playing dumb. Then, what world? What was that world I was just in? A dream? She sounds very sure. That's actually really interesting. So she's just trying to brush it off and then, you know, she's straight to the point. A dream. Hanyu answered immediately. And hearing that convinced me. That's actually fair enough, but that's just so surprising. How can that be a dream? But the only thing is, now that you think about it, it really just does break every single rule of what's realistic and what isn't. And it also just really... Firstly, we never see the choice being made, and we never see the world ending, and we never see the mother dying, obviously. And we also... and for example, we just see, like, all the ideals... I suppose we see like the Hinamizawa that was never infected with Hinamizawa syndrome in the I suppose 20th century, and yeah, I suppose yep, maybe I shouldn't talk that much, but yeah, that Sinless World was no dream. It maybe could be. Then I killed her with my own hands. Oh. I suppose that would definitely be why she would want to, you know, brush that off. There are a few things that are a bit weird, but I think it's more likely it's not a dream. My mother had the fragment. Yeah, I shouldn't have been able to return to my original world without killing her. Yeah. If I was here, that meant I'd killed her. And then, after I killed her, I'd have to kill myself like usual. Oh, yeah, fair. I'd have to kill myself like usual to send myself to the world of the gods. And conveniently, when I die, it goes back through my memories right before the events and tears them apart. That's actually really interesting. So she thinks that whenever she dies, all of the memories that she sort of had are torn apart because of just like, I don't really know why. Yeah, right before the death. Interesting. So maybe it's because she sort of, I suppose, maybe it could be just the idea of sin. Like, you know, she's really sort of done the thing that has, you know, like ended her life, and she's done that painful action just so it's easier for her, even though it would be so much harder for everyone else that was living in the world, I suppose. Like Satoko, maybe? So maybe that's the repayment she gets, who knows? Or maybe it's just like what Anya said, she doesn't possess memory of the fragments. So it was only natural that my memories of personally killing my mother didn't remain good. But like, still. If anything, that's probably worse. Trembling, I looked at the palms of my hands. They were pure, white, pale, and bloodless. Yeah, but no, that was just it. That alone made me remember the feeling. Spread across my hands, that warm, sticky, slimy sensation. Or maybe could that be from the world where, you know, in Hinamizawa she went mental. Oh. My fragment welled up inside. Something inside me was desperately holding back that memories of that alien. Yeah, crying out for some reason, desperately holding them back. Oh my god, yeah. God. Oh, that must have, I don't even want to imagine it. Genuinely don't want to even imagine how horrible something like that could be. My fragment welled up inside me, something. Oh my god, why? I wonder if Anya could potentially be holding her back from, you know, the alien world, as she puts it. Because if they spilled out, they would surely swallow me whole. That's actually fair enough, and Hinamizawa syndrome, I suppose, but like, still. Yeah, I do get what she means. They are too much. Dika. Oh, a little bit of a changed tone. Dika, you need to calm down. Definitely, yeah. Yeah, fair enough. But the only thing is, oh my god. I suppose it could be really bad if Edie is here, but like, oh my god. Dude, I'm at a loss for words. I don't even want to say. Honey put her hand to my forehead and I felt as though something was grabbing my lungs in a fist. Jesus Christ. A sense of suffocation, like something was squeezing the breath out of me. but it was squeezing those feelings about to swallow me up too, and they couldn't come up. And we thought, that's good, but at the same time, you really do wonder if maybe... I really do wonder, because the thing is about this world, you can't lie, it has taught her some valuable lessons, so I wonder if, just because of how bad these feelings are, maybe Hanya's going to have to make a choice. Do you risk, like, having these valuable feelings, or do you risk the potential, like, emotional breakdown she may have? In exchange for the choking sensation, I gulped down the rising emotions, beginning to steadily regain my composure. Jesus. Yeah, I suppose she probably would have to sort of neglect her emotions if that's what Hanya would want to do, otherwise she would literally die. I mean, my god, that is fucked though. I can't believe that Hanya would do something that extreme. Hanya realised it and took her hand away. Oh yeah, that's good for her. Good. Ah! Oh god. Yeah, she's just really been choked. I mean, she could have potentially died because of having been choked to death there. I mean, I don't... Fucking hell. I'm not surprised that she sort of really lost for breath. Have you calmed down? Yeah, I suppose. That's actually really interesting though, that technique. I'm just genuinely surprised that it could have worked. But I'm going to be honest, I really get the impression that she's not only doing this because she would have died if she, like, continued, but it's also because, let's be real, Hanya's a god, she probably knows how to do some mind control shit that we wouldn't understand in, like, our greatest dreams. Have you calmed down? You were asleep for a long time, so you must be confused. Oh my... Wait, hang on a sec. You should just do as EDS says for a while. Take your medicine and get some bed rest. Yeah, fair enough, but... Yeah... Yeah, it's actually really interesting. So I suppose this choking, this mind control shit that she's doing, she's making these emotions not really seem significant to her, not able to make a really bad impression on, a really bad effect on her. Hanya, wait, tell me. Was that what... Oh shit, she's interrupted. Look, everyone's like... Oh my god. That is actually brilliant. I mean, because I suppose that really, really just makes... I don't know, it just really makes, I suppose the really, really bad things of her memories been able to be forgotten, because, like, I suppose whenever you have something really, really bad, like a panic attack for this, it's the worst when you first have it, but then when you're sort of more level-headed, you can actually sort of think about what you've done in a, like, level-headed manner, really. Look, everyone's arrived. Yeah, and I suppose this will really cure the bad things. I'll only be in the way, so I'll disappear for a while. She should join. No, actually, I don't know. Who knows? Hanya. I started to hear many footsteps running down the hallway. Yeah, oh, that's brilliant. But the only thing is, could you imagine if this is actually the goodbye because there's to Hanya, though? I mean, it's so brief. It's too brief. Or at least I would hope so. Hanya whirled around as though pivoting on her heel and vanished. God. In exchange, the hospital door clattered violently open. Oh my. Hang on. My beloved club member friends appeared. Dude, I genuinely can't believe, like, could you imagine if that may be, like, the last time she ever gets to see Hanya? That is going to be ridiculous. I mean, she isn't really going to have time to sort of comprehend, like, how big of a loss this was. Oh my god, it's so good that everyone's here, though. It is really, really good. This is just going to make her emotions turn around, I suppose. And I bet you, because everyone cares about her so much, they're gonna really, just gonna really see why this choice was the best one. Oh my god, it's everybody. Oh, that's so sweet. Yeah. Rika! Satoko! Hey, Satoko, Rika-san just woke up. You shouldn't be hugging her. Yes, she should. Oh my god. That's actually kind of surprising though that she's actually in the condition to get hugged, because I suppose, oh my god, poor Satoko, that must have been one of the most worrying months of her life, but at the same time, she's alive now. Fucking relief. It's okay, Gage-kun. Yeah, definitely. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Cling to me, Satoko fell to her knees on the spot and started bawling without hesitation. Fair enough. Yeah. Welcome back, Rika-chan. We had faith you've come back to us. Oh, yeah, definitely. And so did she in the end. I mean, she could have abandoned all of this, which, let's be honest, it would have never been the same as the other world. It was always deep down for me that the other world would have been the better world. Yeah, because when we all believe in one thing, a miracle is sure to happen. Yeah. That's how we beat Takano-san in that crazy battle, right? Because we all believed in it. Yeah. Oh my god, poor Satoko, that must have been such a trouble. Oh, that must have been one of the worst months of her life. Everybody believed that you come back for sure, Rika-chan. Oh, it's brilliant, yeah. We came to visit every day. Yep. This is what you would have missed out on if you chose the other world. Oh god, man. For God's sake, I've got a monitor. We knew for sure you'd wake up, so we came every day. Oh, thank goodness. Coach says your memories are a little bit muddled. Yeah, fair enough. You didn't forget about this old man and the rest of us, right? Oh god, no! God, no. I know who Satoko and Ren and Casey are, but I don't know who you are, me. What? I don't know who you are, me. Yeah, a little bit contradictory there. I guess you were right. Oh yeah, definitely. This is something I couldn't have ever asked before. But just to make absolutely sure this was really my original world, I asked anyway, pretending my memory was still confused. Is Satoshi... Oh god, is Satoshi not coming? Satoko gave a somewhat lonely smile and spoke. Oh, I think that probably tells it all. Nini still hasn't... It's so sad that she doesn't know the truth. And it's also really quite significant that it's 2 years ago now. God. Nini still hasn't come back after running away 2 years ago, remember? Rika, you can't be so forgetful. Yeah. expression makes my chest tighten. Yeah, she was definitely the Satoko from my original one. Oh yeah, definitely. And the fact that she's actually talking to her, and like actually, and I mean just like her initial reaction, I think that shows everything. I mean, God, definitely not like the other Satoko. I see. Your memories do seem a little bit confused. Yeah, definitely. He said it wouldn't last and there was nothing to worry about. It actually wouldn't last. I mean, it isn't really for any of the reasons any sort of scientific guys would have expected, but yeah. Definitely was a confusing time, let's just say that. It's the same as when you get a phone call that wakes you up. Say strange things while you're up. Like, oh my god, yeah, I've never actually got that, but like, my god, I can imagine how embarrassing that would be. Oh god, could you imagine if you said that in work? Jesus Christ. Yeah. I mean, you were sleeping for almost a month after all. Yeah, fair enough. It's really funny with Lena. She is one of the people that has changed the least. I mean, I suppose obviously her past has changed in her family situation, but like, her kindness, it always remains. Mion is Mion, not Shion. Mion is Shion, not Mion even. This whole month, I felt like I was having a dream. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Oh, having a fabulous. Oh no way. It was definitely anything but fabulous. Oh, having a fabulous time, I'm sure, in spite of how worried we were. It was a very mysterious world, I think. Yeah. Fair enough. It was Hinamazawa just like here, but a bunch of things were different. Yeah. Genuinely feels so weird that we just see everybody. Oh, it's just so nice. And especially Satoko as well. Just first of all, Keiichi wasn't here. Yep. Hey, what? Why did you have to leave me out? Yeah, because in that way the incident with the gun didn't happen. Well, that's actually interesting. I'm kind of surprised that he would have told everybody about that, but yeah, who knows. In that world, because in that world the incident with the gun didn't happen. In that world you didn't have all of those regrets. Yeah. No, that wasn't all it was. Oh god, no, that's just the tip of the iceberg. I realised this would be my only chance to confess my own sin. Oh, interesting. Everybody listened as I told them all about that world. Whenever some small thing was different, they would respond one way or another about it, but they listened to me seriously. Yeah, good for them. Yeah. Ooh, I wonder what... So the reason I'm here... Oh yeah, because she's probably going to say about the whole choice related thing. So the reason I'm
そ
here
の世界と
is
この
because I
世界
weighed that
を
world and
理由
this
か
one
け
and chose
こ
this
っちの
world,
世
I
界
think.
を選んだか
Yeah,
ら
she
だ
doesn't
と
even
思い
fully
ますでし
remember it. And I think that's actually really brutal that she doesn't remember it, but that's just fragments for you. Really bloody brutal.
それは多分
You probably saw the other side of the
サン
Will
ズ
of
の川のこっ
Sticks.
ちと向こうだね。臨死体験って
Like
や
a
つだと思う
near-death
よ。
experience.
向こうの世界を
If
選
you
ん
had
で
chosen
いた
that
ら
world, you probably
リ
wouldn't
カちゃ
have
んは
come
多
back
分
here.
帰ってこられなか
Oh
った
yeah,
よ
yeah, definitely. She would have never came back here.
向こうを選
Yes,
べ
if I
ば
chose that one, I don't think I would have
確かに
returned. Yep.
僕は帰ってこなかったと思いますの
Yeah,
です
she probably would have died in this incident. Or maybe she would have just straight up disappeared. Who knows? Dika has left the server. In other words, the world. We all believe you come back, Dika-san. Yeah, yeah, definitely. And you believed it too, so... Oh, so that means our hands reached each other. I think you were doing your best to come back to us while you were asleep. And that's actually really interesting now that we think about it, because I suppose that could be true, because... Yeah, she was doing her best to sort of... Well, she wasn't really doing her best, if anything, she did the worst. It was the other people doing the best to try and get her friendship back, but the only thing is, I suppose, when she started seeing hope in everything and started seeing that maybe that would be a more preferable solution, I suppose she did sort of start seeing just sort of trying to come back to them in the world where it was impossible to, really, because, like, for example, club starting, just trying to mimic all the things that they were doing there. What a good girl. Yeah, I suppose it's interesting. She didn't really know if she was going to believe it, but I suppose when she did the final act, she definitely believed that this would be the better world. Katie grinned and patted my head, but it seemed like he was mistaking what I meant. Yeah, that's fair enough. I hadn't returned. I'd compared that world and this one, and chosen this one. Why had I chosen this world? Because this one was more comfortable to be in. Understandable, yeah. Satoko was always with me. Everybody in the club was here, and they were nice to me and spoiled me. Yeah. But all that was a world built on top of everyone else's sins and misfortune. That's actually very true, yeah. In other words, I had chosen to sacrifice the others for my own happiness. Yeah, yeah. Shamelessly, self-centeredly, and selfishly. Yeah, everyone was fulfilled in that world. Only I wasn't. Yeah, but I knew that I too could be happy there if I put in the hard work. It would never be the same though. And honestly, I'm going to be honest, I'm going to be with her, like, she's the only one that's actually going to face this change. I mean, no other characters are sort of going to have any sort of change of reality really, so I suppose by abandoning that one, everything that was happy, you weren't happy and everything else was, and, like, she wasn't happy and everyone else was. And when she did the act she did, I'd assume that I'd probably destroy that world. And then the dam would make it even worse. Maybe things would have escalated so badly that it could have made it even better, who knows. But just things not being as they were, and, you know, was maybe a better move, who knows. I suppose I don't really think spoiled is like a correct sort of thing to use. I mean, I suppose it would be with her just because of her personality and sort of how, I don't really want to say self-deprecated, but like how little she views herself just because of the bad things she's sort of done in her head. Yeah, so I suppose this decision, maybe it really wasn't the best, maybe it was the best, who knows. But the other people, they aren't going to know any different. But they probably will now in the other world. All the dream world gets the shit and the real world gets the good things. I suppose the world that has got the shit has got the happiness, and now it's getting even more, and the dream world has just stopped, really. So I suppose they've kind of reversed roles. I knew that I too could be happy there if I put in the hard work. Yeah, that's actually very true. But at the very end, I had chosen this world. Yeah, I chose this world where I could rest on my laurels atop the suffering and tears of my breath. Yeah. That sounds like a very interesting one. Yeah, definitely. Thank you. Thank you. You wanted us all to be happy, even if it was just a dream. Yeah, that's actually fair. And yeah, because she considered this, and she really just was a loss of things to do. I suppose she really did have the thoughts, but they didn't really work out in the end. She would have never been as happy as she would be in this world, let's be honest. And I smiled as she said that. Yeah, definitely. I mean, she's not pissed off, she's not annoyed. She's just like a good friend would be, you know? And obviously she believes it, I suppose. Well, not really believe it. She doesn't have to believe it, but she's talking like she does. Only she seemed to understand what I really meant by what I'd said. But you know, if I got the chance to choose between those two worlds... Oh, I think this world would have been the right choice. Fair enough. I really like that she's saying this as well. Why? It's true that my mother's divorce was really sad. Yeah, it changed a lot, but that's actually really interesting. Yeah, it changed a lot, but thanks to that, I learned a lot too. Yeah, so the Reina in the other worlds you talked about probably isn't as human as this Reina is. I really found that interesting because I suppose with all of these things, even though these things have happened, they've learned from them, they've changed from them, and they have become way better human beings. And let's be honest, they probably lived a better life. That last one is debatable, but no, it isn't. They have. You thought I was an exemplary person, even as Reina in your dream, but when I was actually Reina, I wasn't a very respectable person. Yeah. So exemplary means like desirable, or model, or very good. What I mean is, when my mother got a divorce, it was really hard and sad for me. Yeah, but now I can accept it. Since maybe it was just one of... Yeah, since maybe it was just one of the trials a person has to go through in their life. Yeah. It's so good that she can not only sort of talk that she's accepted this, and she can actually talk about it seriously, and you can just see how much of a brilliant person she is, even though she's gone through this. Which, yeah, I don't really think she was a very respectable person then. Yeah. It's true that the trials of life and failure make a person grow easily. Yeah. So these people would probably ultimately be stronger people than the ones that she would have ever been able to meet there. Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. He can see it. I get what Rena means too. I didn't go to Hinamazawa in that world, but I was probably a total loser. Yeah, fair enough. I don't mean. Yeah. I regret that incident more than anything I've ever done, and I won't forget it as long as I live. Yeah. I'll probably have to reflect on it until the day I die. I couldn't agree more, but the only thing is, I mean, Casey is just... It is just really happy to when you just see like how many people here have just really turned their lives around. I mean, especially Satoko as well, I suppose. But the only thing is, whether what Satoko did was her actual malice or if it was the syndrome is debatable. Because that was caused by a lot of external factors. Like for example, you know, her parents. All of that's really sad shit. But like Dena said, thanks to that incident, I've learned a lot of important lessons. Yeah, definitely. I do kind of get what Casey means that he'd be a total loser. I mean, he probably wouldn't be. He'd probably really be doing well in life, but maybe that's not what he wants. But at the same time, it probably would be because, you know, he wouldn't really have any concepts of friends. He wouldn't have, like, you know... He just wouldn't really have the beauty of life he's actually... Oops. Experienced when having came to Hinamazawa. Thinking about whether there was a world where I could make it, so past incidents never happened, might be attractive. Yeah, but I don't think about that stuff. Yeah, I think there will be important foundations that pile up to make the Mayabara Casey here today. Yeah, definitely. I mean, yeah. Oh, but that goes for me as well. Yeah, unfortunately, I suppose it does. I was a spoiled child before, and I would have stayed that way as long as Mimi was... I don't really think... I always think she's too hard on herself. I don't really think she's spoiled because of how awful the situation she was being sort of tortured through, really. And, you know, obviously just how hard it was for her and how little sort of maturity she had. Of course she would. It would just be natural that she'd sort of rely on her brother. I don't really know. I just think this is always way too harsh. Having a world where Nini would never leave home is indeed attractive invitation. Yeah, definitely. But staying with her and continuing to be a spoiled child would mean nothing. Interesting. So I would choose this world. God, it's actually kind of ironic for Satoko. When is she going to realise, I wonder? Yeah, that's actually really interesting. And I mean, I suppose Satoko should be prepared for potential future. But yeah, I don't know. Because now I can be proud of myself and waving you need to return. Yeah. But at the same time, that is actually very true because, yeah, he will return. I cannot stress how much I believe in that. I'm like Shion and her, I suppose. Really believe in it. Maybe not until the day I die, but yeah, because I probably would have actually read the truth. Because let's be honest, in one of the console art or the day itself, it's actually going to be explained. I wouldn't be surprised. Do you all really think that? Oh yeah. Even though the conversation with Hanya was very beneficial, I don't deny that. It didn't think about things like these. And it's actually really interesting. A lot of human emotions Hanya sort of really failed to sort of understand, like, especially the development from mistakes. Not really failed, but just didn't really think about. Do you all really think that? I was worried so much thinking that I had to erase myself. And now you're rejecting the choice of a beautiful world where those sins don't exist? Yep. Yeah. So there's nothing. What she thought was awful. Yeah, what she thought was awful is actually the best thing. And I think that is so bloody good. Yeah, I suppose she can be proud of herself, and definitely because of how she's grown. I mean, my god, she is. I think she's definitely one of the people that have grown the most. I wonder who has grown the most. I think Denar, because of how. So I'll go from most to least. I think Denar's probably the most because of how awful, like, you know, her mental state was. Denar. Actually, no. I think Satoko Denar. Actually, Satoko Keiichi Denar. I think. Actually, no. That's so tricky. I think Satoko's definitely at the top. No, I'd say Katie is at the least because of Irena's situations being a little bit worse. Yeah. I think with Katie and Denar especially, because them coming to Hinazawa was a real sort of, it was a fresh start. It was the thing that really made their lives just turn around. But the thing is, Satoko has actually had to, you know, go through Hinazawa being a living hell, let's be honest here. Yep. Oh yes, they are, definitely. I think this world is more valuable. Yeah, easily. But why? Because the future of this world was something we all work together to achieve. Oh, she's hit the nail on the head now. I couldn't agree more, and I've never really thought about that, but it is true. Who's worked to achieve the future there? What even is the significance of it? I suppose is, and if anything, the dam is going to be constructed as well. The people in that world were just idling their time away, right? I wouldn't really exactly call it that, but I suppose, if you put it bluntly, yeah. Idling away, but is living without a sin a sin in itself? She is getting too hung up on this. How is that bad? It's not. Yeah. But this one is still more valuable. Yeah, definitely. I think the flowers that grow up in a greenhouse without difficulty are beautiful, sure. But maybe wildflowers that withstand the rain and wind and heat and cold that have something more than them. Yeah. I'm really talking about how important this is. Definitely. No, I definitely get what she means. I think that's a really sweet analogy there. so true. And I think this is actually really, really relevant and just relatable to what's actually happened. Oh, I'm so happy she made the right choice. Could you imagine a world where she made the wrong choice? Oh god, I don't really think that would have been good. She would regret it. She wouldn't really regret it, and to be honest, she probably would have, you know, gone back to the memory of Rika. She would have forgotten everything that's happened eventually with the losing of the memory of the fragments. But still, man, she's really, really made the right decision. She really has. She would have never even contemplated these things before she made it. After she made it, if she made the wrong one. Is there a reason to be ashamed of a beat-up wildflower? No way, but if you asked it to choose whether to grow up in a greenhouse or in a field... Yeah, it definitely chooses the greenhouse, but no, it's not the best. Oh, I get it. Yeah, definitely. That's what you've been getting wrong all along, Rika-chan. Yeah! Meep. We're all wildflowers that sprouted in the field, aren't we? Yeah, interesting. Once you bloom, there's no point in comparing them to an impossible imaginary future. Interesting. So I suppose this is kind of trying to say, like, we're people that have obviously lived in the rough related places, and now that we've actually lived this life, what is the point of abandoning it, I suppose? Because the thing is, they haven't lived their life together like all of the people in the other world. I mean, Rika, a different Rika has, but she hasn't. I'm really concerned for that Rika, though. I really wonder what's going to happen to her. Even though this is all good, she's going to live a life of hell. She really, really is. Oh god, I don't even want to think about what would happen. And she's not going to have a mum as well. I mean, my god. I don't even want to imagine it. No matter how good this is, you can't forget about that. Or maybe the world ends. Or maybe it was a dream and nothing ever happened. It's impossible to tell. Rika-chan, you're talking from the point of view of something higher than a flower. Something not human. That's actually really interesting because, yep. That's actually really interesting though. So she's sort of been influenced so much by Hanya that she's sort of like relaying her ideas. Which of those two worlds is happier? Yeah, definitely. The only ones that can debate that are the gods who can go between those worlds. But for the human named Rika-chan, there's only one world. Yeah. Wait. Yeah, definitely. I find it kind of interesting. She might have just completely exposed a really big part of her life, I suppose. I don't really think it should be a secret, but yeah, maybe she hasn't told them yet. Who knows? Maybe she was waiting for it. I mean, you're on both worlds, but you can't go between them. The wildflower, you and the greenhouse both exist, yeah, and I think both of them are living proudly following the destiny of their world. Oh, that's probably where she's a little bit disproven. They definitely do though, I mean, yeah. It's actually really interesting, this sort of greenhouse related thing. It really is reflected in just how, you know, like the greenhouse Tadika, she's had a really bad life. She's had no friends. She's, you know, just always been really isolated and alone. Yeah, maybe the ideals really aren't that good. The wildflower saying things like, I wouldn't have struggled with anything if I grew up in a greenhouse, doesn't make sense to begin with. We're all flowers. Whether we plant our roots and sprout, we do our best to bloom. That's actually fair enough. So I suppose no matter where you are, you would always do your best. Oh, Elena is so good at a crisis like this. My God, it's so sweet what she's saying. Wishing you were born into a super rich family is what losers say, and that's like, oh yeah. Couldn't agree more. If you have time to fantasize, you should start putting in effort and find a cheap supermarket so you can save up change. Oh my God. Oh my God, yeah, hang on a second. So isn't in Hinawazawa like the only Hinawazawa only has one shopping market? I forgot about that. Oh, well, what's Otoko saying there? Yeah, Satoko was proud of herself, so even if there was a world where she was super rich, I think you could compare them and not find either of them to be worse than the other. Yeah. Well, I must say, if I had to choose, no, you wouldn't. Well, I must say, if I had to choose, I'd prefer to be super rich. I wonder, because are you still having second thoughts even after waking up in this world? I think because of her, and because of obviously everyone else, she probably isn't. Let's be honest here. Like, whether this was really the right choice or not. Are you thinking that maybe the other one would have been good too? Yeah, it's actually kind of fair enough, because the other one would have been good. There's no doubt, but the only thing is it wouldn't have been nearly as good as this, because let's be real, Hinamizawa would have only it really would have only happened until the next year, and then after that there would be no more anything. And if anything, she fought for 100 years, and yet the Hinamizawa sort of times end a year later. I mean, if you fought that long for something, then you're really going to want to sort of let it play out for years to come. Those words are probably the root of these cheerless feelings. Yeah, definitely. I mean, yeah. Dwelling on the possibilities is just so... It can be really dangerous, but the only thing is she's made the decision. I don't really think she should much, but I suppose you definitely need to. In, like, the sort of first moments, I suppose. I love this world, but I couldn't help but be troubled given the depth of my own sin of abandoning that world and insisting everyone else to be. Yeah, it's really interesting she still thinks that, but I really disagree. I don't think that's bad at all because, yeah, like they said, like they justified it. The people that have actually been affected by this, like, they learn from it. They really, really turn their lives around and they live lives that they never would have lived before, and they live interesting lives. For example, Keiji. Shouldn't I have chosen that world for the sake of everyone I loved? No. No. They've unanimously decided this world was better, but in a way, it was just acceptance, since they hadn't been granted the choice of selecting one of the two. And that's actually fair enough, yeah. She thinks that she has done such a bad thing, but I'm going to be honest, I just really disagree at this point. But you could argue that this world, just because of, you know, all of the things that have been mentioned, maybe that is the world for the sake of everybody she really, really loved. I suppose they haven't actually been granted the choice, so it would be a little bit harder to decide, but yeah, definitely, that's actually fair enough. They haven't actually seen what Rika has seen. That's why everyone thought positively and went with this world. If they could have actually chosen, they'd all be conflicted too. I couldn't agree more, yeah, it must be hard. So that's why the sadness deep down won't heal Rika-san. She is really, really honest. I couldn't agree more. It won't, but I suppose the more, and I suppose this probably would have happened for the other world as well, like this world, the more you would have lived in it, the more sort of good things you would have got from it, and as a result, like, the more happy memories that would have been able to sort of soothe that guilt, I suppose. And yeah, only the Nasib to have figured everything out. Yeah, definitely. I mean, my god, it really is just. And no, I know. I'll explain it to you like a game so that you can understand too, Rika-chan. Mi-chan, you brought Kenny with you today, right? Oh. Wait, hang on a second. So, I swear there was a moment where, like, Dena only understood something in the other world. Hang on a second, what am I thinking of? That's interesting. I suppose in the friendly debate where Rika actually realised that the world she thought was genuine hell could potentially really, really work out. She was the person that initially convinced her. So yeah, Dena definitely has a big effect on her. Maybe that could mean, you know, maybe she's going to be able to turn her life around as well. Sure, why? What was she gonna do? Yeah, I'm actually really curious. Then I grabbed her with both of her hands and sucked them out towards me. Oh, I wonder if it's gonna be like a, here, Rika-san, it's a present. Oh, I wonder if this is gonna be like the blue and the red box. I wonder which. Oh yeah, I wonder which of these hands is better. Which is? Meep, you won't make me play a punishment. You won't make me play a punishment game if I guess wrong, will you? Nah, she's too coma. Oh, it's nothing like that. Don't worry, just choose. Even considering how we usually did club games, there really were no hints at all. Yeah, definitely. And I think that's just really good. It's really funny that she's sort of using her own analogy here, but just in a sort of more normal way. And I really think just being with Anya, I mean, even though it has been good, I think it's just really just sort of got the normality of her sort of decision and the humanity as well, obviously. The human sort of side of things that only she would have been able to know. I think it's just really taken it out of her. It's probably made this decision a lot harder. But oh my god, it's so good that she decided this well. Could you imagine if she decided the other one? Even considering how we usually did club games, there really was no hints at all. Really were hints. Why do I keep misreading that? I did the size of Banana's fists, but I couldn't begin to guess which had the candy in it. Yeah. Oh, whatever. Time to test my luck. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah. Then I choose this fist. This one? Here. Oh, it looks like she got something. Now I opened her fist and revealed candy. Oh, that's actually interesting. I must have made the right choice. That's actually really, I suppose that's really coincidentally really reflective of what she's done here, which, in my opinion, is definitely the most correct thing. Then I opened her fist and revealed candy. I must have made the right choice. Yeah, congratulations. Here, say, Of course, he has like the nano this thing at the end. Is it good? There's a standard but nostalgic taste of strawberry milk. That's actually kind of funny. That was the candy that in like the connecting fragments chapter, like it was always given to her by the villagers, and obviously the thing with Satoko and just like the discrimination and the sort of abuse that Ultras were receiving. I remember that story well. Oh, that must have been nice. So, as it shrunk as I rolled it around in my mouth and softened it. Oh, it's like a soggy candy. I didn't actually realise that. I thought it was just like a sort of, I don't know, like gummy flavoured candy. Oh, so it's like one of those. Maybe I'm assuming it's like a hard-boiled sweet. As it shrunk as I rolled it around in my mouth and sucked on it, I couldn't help but give a smile. Yeah, definitely good for her. It's good. Nipa. Fair enough. Are you happy? Then Rika-chan's world is happy. Oh yeah, that's actually really interesting. So she sort of saw like what she would actually get from the choice, and then she would sort of make something up based on it. I mean, I suppose this actually really was dependent. No, I'm gonna be honest. I think both of the can. I think both of the fists contain something that would have actually been good. I think she probably had the exact same candies in both fists, let's be honest. I'm really happy that I won your choice game. Yeah, and I think you definitely won Hanya's as well. Well, it wasn't really a game from her, but still. Victory is sweet. Yeah, fair. Hey, Rika-chan. Why do you think... Oh, I love this. She's not only going to make her win and feel good about everything, she's going to make her analyse it. Oh, she is so good at these type of things, though. My god. Meep. If Nena had, like, really bad will, she would be... Oh, my god. She would have bodies piling up thanks to her. But, yeah, obviously, it's not the case. And then that showed me her other part. The one I didn't choose. I wonder, it's either going to be one that's less nice, or maybe it's going to be one that's the same. In her hand, in her hand she was holding 2 pieces of candy. In the other worlds, the one I chose was wrong. That's actually really interesting, but because she chose the wrong choice and she was actually happy with the choice, it's not the wrong choice, really. at that moment, and this was really obvious, but I immediately realised how merry I had been feeling. My feeling right now is close to how you're feeling about this, isn't it? Yeah. Oh, she's lost for words. As soon as you compare different worlds, you're already overstepping your bounds as a person. Yeah, and I suppose you really are, because people aren't meant to be able to compare different worlds. I suppose they're going to be able to compare two eventualities of, let's say, like a choice or a decision or just something that happened. But yeah, fair enough. It's God's job to worry over which is better, not ours. Yeah, and I suppose it is actually really interesting, because she really was sort of entrusted with this responsibility that, let's be honest, was really big with her. But yeah, it's really good that she made the right decision, in my opinion at least. But yeah. We only ever have one world given to us, and we're made so that we can find happiness in it. Yeah, fair. In your dream, Higurashi, you were a god who could go between two worlds, which made you feel like that. That's actually really interesting. I mean, I never really thought about it, but I suppose you could have potentially considered her a god. I mean, yeah, she really did break human boundaries, oh my god. If that was actually like a real thing. Oh, who knows. It's interesting that Dena actually thinks it was a dream, and yet she's still giving this amount of sort of importance over it. It really just shows how kind she is and how much she wants Rika to learn from this, really. For the better, obviously. But you can't worry about... Yeah, I suppose because you couldn't have possibly known. But you can't worry about what was in my other hand. I was a witch who had lived 100 years in countless worlds. I really think she should stop thinking like that. It is so unhealthy. That was exactly why I'd always believed I was special. Someone who would overcome millions of choices just to gain happiness. That I was able to gain happiness that I was sure to. But I had it completely backward. Oh, interesting. I had it completely backwards. I wasn't better than anyone. Yeah, when it came to finding happiness, it's actually kind of fair enough. I was the worst of them all. Then I remembered how Hanya so curtly and quickly told me that the other world was a dream. Yeah, it's actually really interesting. So because I suppose, I mean, it's actually really dishonest. I'm actually kind of surprised that she did it, but yeah. She did that so she wouldn't, Rika wouldn't have actually thought that, like, or in an ideal world, that she wouldn't have actually thought that, everything she did could have potentially been wrong. It wasn't a dream. Yeah, definitely not. But now that I've chosen, this was reality, and that really was nothing more than a dream. Yeah, that's actually really interesting. Yeah, fair. Yeah, because I suppose now that she's chosen this world, it has made the other one a dream. Whether that world is real, and Rika, let's be honest, is going to have a hell of a life afterwards if her mum really is dead. It's always going to be unknown to us, and we're just going to interpret it as a dream. But what if it isn't a dream, I suppose? Maybe you could dwell on that, but for Rika, that is a very bad idea. When a cat is in a box, you imagine two futures, one where it's alive and one where it's dead. Yeah, definitely. But when you open it, there's only one future. Yeah. The other future at that moment becomes no more than a dream. Yep. Yeah, I suppose not really a dream. I don't really think a dream's the right word. Well, I suppose it would be in this context, but in that one, it would just be a possibility. The one who opens it accepts the future inside and lives. Yeah, worrying about which of the two futures in the box was, worrying about which of the two futures in the box was better was a job for those who weren't human, who could interfere with the contents. Yeah, that's actually fair enough. Yeah, I suppose that's really interesting because, yeah, you could actually interfere with, like, for example, if, let's say this wasn't a dream, you could interfere with the worlds that Rika was actually in. You could interfere with the whole entire choice of her entire future. I really would have been interested into what would have actually happened if she had chose, like, the other world that was sort of reminiscent of a dream, really. Not reminiscent. I keep on thinking reminiscent is, like, similar. No, wait, I gotta search it up. It should mean similar, shouldn't it? Yeah, tending to remind one of something. Yeah. Yeah. But it was reminiscent of, hang on a second, I forgot what I was actually saying. Shit. That's not very good. As a mere human being, I had awkwardly trodden into the world of the gods. Yeah, that's interesting that she thinks that. Which was why I'd misunderstood some important things, wasn't it? Yeah, easily. In that world, Hanya had regrets. Oh yeah, she regretted having used the power of the gods to interfere with my life. Yeah. And now I finally understood why. She was quite clear about it. Yeah, because I suppose just like things like these, I mean, I don't really want to, I hate to say it, but like god complexes like these. Yeah. She clearly said that the people had to live the best they could in their world. I had to stop being this witch. do have to live the best they can. I couldn't agree more. Yes, I knew now that I was not the witch named Berncastle, but Hooded Erika. Thank you. Oh my god. Yeah. Yeah. My copy had lived for 100 years, bending fate to her will. Yeah, and maybe she still exists in some higher dimension than this human world. Oh, that's kind of ironic, that. I wonder where she could possibly exist. Seagull. If you either know or you don't what I'm talking about. Seagull, 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 seagull. Crying seagull. That's actually really interesting that she thinks that the person that has sort of lived and has defied with the sort of normal boundaries of life and just all of the things that humans shouldn't be able to do. I suppose making her a part god, really. Like, have been done by a copy. It's just really interesting that I suppose now that sort of person that really just defies things like that, no need to exist anymore, I suppose. But that was no longer who I was. Yeah, I was Hooded Erika. In this world, I would live. In this world, I would seize having. Oh yeah, easily. I mustn't use that power ever again. Yeah. I couldn't agree more. I think that'd just be more deadly. Yeah, which meant I had to make sure not to treat my own life without respect from now on. Which meant. Oh my god, yeah, I guess I should be more careful about traffic accidents. Holy fuck, yeah, I think you should take like a lot of lessons on road safety. Huh? You're right. Yep. That's just so interesting that she sort of really thinks that. I just find this so interesting, like the idea of how like her being able to sort of bend what is not really able to be bended by humans. Like, it's just interesting that she really doesn't feel that past was her exactly. She thought she was a god. But the only thing is, I think the whole god related thing, there's so many things that are just so unusual about her, and unique about her thoughts. I just really wonder how her thoughts are actually going to change. Like, are they going to be like, they're going to be less metaphorical, more sort of, you know, like more normal? I really don't know. I wonder what about that really sort of pained voice that she always uses, like that really mature voice. Sometimes it's pain, sometimes it's mature, but like, yeah. You're right. Yep. Now you've got an angry. You're right. Never mess around while riding your bike again. Yep. Yes. You are absolutely right. Oh, maybe she's not going to stop right now, but yeah, she'll stop in a little bit, I'm sure. But I'm assuming just using a voice like that is definitely going to end when she sort of, you know, really just sort of changes herself and makes herself more human, I suppose. Yes, you are absolutely right. Children who don't know something that obvious have no right to be treated. Yeah, I suppose so. It doesn't make a lick of sense. Yeah. I suppose that's what happens when Hanyu exists. Alright, everybody, let's leave things at that for today. Rika-tan is still very weak right now. Oh, she is not ever going to be weak again in terms of... I mean, I suppose she's going to have a really, really strong mind now. Now that she just knows that everything she was thinking... I mean, it's fair that she thought it, and let's be honest, that's one of the mistakes she thought, and now she's really, really learned from it. She's got better from it, and she's going to change her entire life around, I suppose. And, oh my god, it's just so nice to think, like... It is really, really sad to think that she was having to go through all of those things to get to a perfect June 1983, but to think that she actually had the opportunity to go through that originally, because she really shows, like, a defiance to the rules, really. You can all come visit again tomorrow, so let's have some rest. Let her have some rest. Coach appeared and clapped his hands together, but my friends weren't finished to say goodbye just yet. Fair enough. Oh! That is actually somebody that I really wasn't expecting to see. I wonder if she's actually gonna, like, really congratulate her for realising. Rika, are you alright now? Thank you. Then I explained everything to me better than your tied up tongue ever could. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of agree. I'm okay now. Tied up tongue, I love that. I suppose that could just be tied up between, like, you know, having the responsibility of a human that shouldn't ever be exposed to the world of godhood on your side, and also just, like, tied up between realities, I suppose. The next time you lose your life, I'll have to accept that fate. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I suppose it is actually really tricky to think, like, no matter how bad the situation is, maybe means that are impossible and shouldn't ever happen. Shouldn't happen, who knows? Yeah, I think I'm fine with that too. Yeah. Children who mess around on the road get hit by cars every day in Japan. Jesus Christ. But, yeah. It just happened to occur in Inazawa too. Yeah. I suppose she hasn't really messed around in the road. She's messed around with the boundaries of life, I suppose. God, it's really interesting, that. If I have something to be frustrated about, it's not crossing the road on a red light from now on. But are you okay with that? Yeah, I suppose this is like, she wouldn't instantly die, but if anything bad happens, she will, I suppose. But are you okay with that? Yeah, you also throw tantrums about how lonely you'd be without me. That's actually fair enough, yeah. I'm alright now. God, that's actually really surprising, so I suppose Anya's really changed herself around as well. I'm alright now. Oh, that's so nice. I made a very important friend. I couldn't agree more. She really, really did. Really? Who is it? Introduce me. Burn Kosa. Nah. Who did Rika? I bet. I'm not telling. Damn, that is cold. Ow, ow.
そういうことか。
I see. That means I'm Higurashi, right? Yes, you fucking are. Oh my god. You are not a witch. You're not sort of bender of fate. You are just Rika. I'm so happy that she's actually realised that, because I'm going to be honest, I never really thought about it until this, but all of those things are so unhealthy for her. I suppose she really is just detached from what a human life would be like, because of the sort of how supernatural her life was, really, I suppose. If you think so, Rika, then you are. Yep. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Oh my god, dude! I keep on forgetting that she. It may actually be likely that. No, wait. Actually, no. Thank you for what? A bunch of things. Oh yeah. Yeah. After Idiot admonished everybody else, oh god, they got a little bit of a telling off. They all glumly got ready to go home. Hanya too was about to disappear, but I clapped my fist into my hand as if I remember something and spoke to her. What about? Hey Hanya. What is it? In that other world, I promised. In that other world, I promised I'd fill the In that other world, I promised I'd fill the refrigerator with cream puffs and return to my original world. But that was a dream. So I can forget about it, right? Oh god, she stuck her own grave. How could this happen? Yep. Oh god, you're breaking up. Is he actually kind of is? This is really funny with Hanya. You always see sort of like this really godly and just sort of a character that's gone through so much, and then you just see really childish side to her. It's so funny. But to be fair though, cream puffs do look good. I just want to remind myself. What is a cream puff again? Oh, they do actually look really good. Oh my god, I keep on forgetting, like, cream puffs are American profiteroles. Yeah, profiteroles are brilliant. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. They're like donuts but with cream and softer pastry, really. Oh, then she's disappeared. She doesn't want to know. No cream puffs equals no life. Nika! Oh, that's so nice. I'll bring you something tomorrow when we visit. Is there anything you want to eat? If only she says cream puffs, that would be so funny. Rika-chan likes spicy things, doesn't she? She likes going to the Korean food fair at the department store in Gogura, doesn't she? Oh my god. Oh damn, Koreans make spicy shit. Yeah, I wonder if they sell super hot kimchi in there. I suppose that would definitely be something to fire the mind. Oh. Yep, I'm sorry, Hanyu. Protest all you like. These people need Namazawa syndrome to hear you. Oh, Oh, that's actually really nice. I suppose in the end she didn't really decide to be a bitch to Hanya. She decided to actually give her a present. Yeah, good for her. She deserves it. I want something sweet. Sweet? Okay, what kind? Then let's all go buy a shortcake. Oh my god. Oh no! Not Angel Mort. Hang on a second. Everybody go into Angel Mort without Dika. That just sounds like they are missing out on so much. I mean, I'm going to be real. It is weird. It is embarrassing. Don't get me wrong. But it is so funny and just like, you know, punishment game related. Oh my god, I'm sure of course he's gonna go for cream puffs from Angel Mort. Then I'll go with some cream puffs from Angel Mort. Cheap ones are fine. I want to eat a lot. Oh my god. Well, Hanya's gonna be happy, I suppose. She's not really gonna be going ow 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 ow. Yeah, that's actually very true. It's a good thing you're energetic enough to eat. It doesn't matter what kind of food. If you eat a lot, you'll be back to normal. Yeah, it's actually fair enough. Now then, everybody... Aw, you've got to be kidding me. Visiting hours are over. But I suppose, at least now, she's used her time well, and so have them. So have they. She's going to get cream puffs for Hanya. So I wonder how her actual physical state is at the moment. Is she completely disabled or... Well, I'd assume that her hands were actually able enough to move from the whole, I don't know, on the canning analogy. So yeah, her hands are probably good. Her arms, probably her shoulders and collarbone as a result, and maybe her torso if she needed to move her torso a little bit, and her legs. Maybe she was a little bit further away. Who knows? I don't know. I suppose that could be any of those. But yeah, maybe it could just potentially be a really, really bad concussion, like one so bad that she hasn't even recovered for a month. Could you imagine if this was all a dream though? I mean, my god, very valuable dream, let's just say that. Well, it definitely wasn't, but like still, that would be really funny if it was. She's eating a lot as well. Oh my god, Hanya's gonna have like the biggest treat in her life. But to be fair, she really deserves that from, you know, just finishing 1983. It's just so ridiculous that we can actually say that. But yep, finished it. Everybody began to leave. Hanya too. Oh yeah. Yeah, no, I suppose Hanya's gonna leave as well. Oh my god, I really hope that she doesn't go forever. Now we're even, right? I didn't do you any favour. Yes, she did. Oh my god, she literally let her live to this brilliant world. I mean, it was definitely her doing as well, but without her, wouldn't be there. I didn't do you any favours. Right, that was it. That was a dream after all. Good night, Rika. Sweet dreams. Yeah. Yep. This is actually like, Hanya is genuinely just like, not Rika's like friend but ancestor in this. She sounds so much like a parent there. Oh my god, so she's gonna fade away. She could potentially fade away forever. Good night, hooded Rika. And please, treat the future you want with care. Oh, I love that. Do. Oh my god, thank you. Alright. After I get out, the first thing I'll do is visit my parents' grave. Oh, that's fair enough, yeah. Yeah. Oh god, I wonder if anything would have changed. She did win it though, my god. I realised something just now. Why? I had to kill my mother to return to this world. The fragment coming out when I killed her, or whatever, wasn't the problem. Choosing a world in which my mother wasn't here was already killing her. That's actually really... Could you imagine if this all could have been a potential, like, really, really big sort of symbolic and mental challenge all to begin with? That's actually... yeah. So, that's actually really interesting. So, she didn't really see that side, so she may have actually killed her. Until now, I've chosen this world without feeling any sorrow for it. Yeah, for killing my mother every time. That was what you wanted to me. That was what you wanted me to realise, wasn't it? The sins you feel in me. That's actually, yeah, that's actually, that is fair enough. I suppose choosing a world which she wasn't hearing, she wouldn't be hearing, it would be killing any eventualities of her existing, I suppose. But the only thing is, I don't really think this is that fair, because she's only been able to choose now. She hasn't been, like, killing her every time, but I don't know. Maybe that could be, like, every time she repeats, or every time she sort of lives on, but she wouldn't repeat, so I don't know, that wouldn't really work. But I suppose that is fair enough, yeah. And I suppose that could potentially be what Hanyu... Yeah. That's probably one of them. Yeah. I'd stopped respecting my parents. That's actually fair enough, because she's really forgotten the significance of, like, she doesn't care about them having died. She really just doesn't care. And also, about the whole loss related thing, because she's tried so hard to just sort of become desensitized from the grief, really, understandably. And I find that really interesting, because that, now that you sort of relate that to Hanyu, I suppose that really would make her feel annoyed, just because of what her daughter actually did to sort of, you know, make sure the whole of the Hooded family afterwards was safe, you know. I finally realised that in the other world. Yeah, Rika, thank you for... Oh, brilliant. I love that she knows. I feel as though the most important sin I've felt from you has been clear. Yeah, that is really good. It'll be okay, Rika. Your hands are not stained with your mother's blood. If anything, you really do want to, because maybe you could think, like, maybe she didn't actually genuinely kill her, or maybe she did and she just killed her to realise that there was no escape. Who knows? But yeah, who knows? That was all something I showed you because I wanted to be mean to you for it. You've got to be fucking kidding. All just a dream. That's actually really interesting. So I suppose this would not only teach Rika a lesson, but it would also, like, make all the things that didn't add up, like the fragment being in her mother, and also like all of the just desperation and all of the choice as well, all of the hope and all of the decision making. That would really, really just make her. She really, really goes too far. But at the same time, what goes too far really, really teaches invaluable lessons. But what's come out from it, does that fully justify the means of what's gone in? Who knows? She's realised so much, so my god. Yeah, so she never actually killed her mother. That is really good. Because let's be honest, she really would have worried about that, and that would have just made her life awful. May you forget all of it when you waken for your supper. You've got to be kidding me. She's gonna... What? Wait, what? Wait, hang on a second. Is she talking about... What? No. So is slumber like a period of prolonged rest? Oh, I did not mean to do that. Or illness. Oh, it just said sleep, not like anything different for sleep. Yeah, it's just literally exactly the same. Right. Good night, Dika. Sleep deep. Sleep deep. Yeah, I suppose. So that's actually really interesting. So sleep deep, sleep deep. I suppose that could maybe be like... Is that the time where she's... Well, she's realised it now. And now she's going to sleep deep. She's going to forget all of it. But the only thing is, I suppose the memories of everything that has been told won't be forgotten. But because she's forgotten it, and the significance probably would have got lost. It would have. I'm sure Hanyu knows how to play mind games. I'm absolutely certain that what she's done, she's probably forgot. She's made her forget like all of her bad related things, and in replacement, all of the valuable lessons she's learnt. She's sort of just let her keep, really. And I mean, it is going to be really, really odd for her that a month has passed without her knowledge, but maybe it is better that she forgets about some of this. But honestly, I think when it's all explained, I don't think it's better. As I dream of how you will colour your life in the future. Oh, yeah. Oh, so that's the end of it. Oh my god, man. Yeah. No, I suppose because Hanyu probably is really going to... I really don't know what she's going to do, honestly, but she isn't going to be here, and it's actually kind of unbelievable to think it really, really is. Beyond the Sticks, finish the Saikoroshi chapter. Yeah, man. That is the end. I really wonder what the next thing we're actually going to be going for. So, the strangest pursuer of love. You know what? Why not? Let's read it. This is a tale of a peculiar dispute over the precious jewels. The Magatama of Higurashi, the jewels capable of granting mutual love. Oh no! That befalls the club members. People who haven't played Higurashi Daybreak can enjoy this too. Weird emoticon. For other pairings, please enjoy Higurashi Daybreak. Do you mean shippings? Oh my god! The most awful danger. Oh, that's going to be interesting. Oh my god, I really want to read the prologue, but I shouldn't. So, yeah, I probably will read Higurashi. Actually, I'm not going to read Higurashi next, because I actually learned that today, Higurashi is the prequel to Saikoroshi. So, yeah, obviously, I think to make my reading as structural as possible, I need to read that and then go on to the other things. It's only a really short read, so, yeah, it really isn't anything that long. It's actually on the console art game, the version of the game isn't actually on this one, so, yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a hassle setting it up, but, yeah, it's going to be good. Man, that was genuinely so good today. I really do think that was just a really brilliant end to a brilliant story, and I just really love like all the mystery. I think all the mystery like of what was actually happening, all the true motives, all the twists, the fact that this was all just a test and it really was all just fake. And I suppose this was probably the power Hanyu actually had. I mean, I think from that it just really shows like how much she can actually do. Because she's able to actually do things like that, it just really surprises me that, for example, like, her power would gradually increase. So, wait, no, I've actually explained my own query. Her power would gradually decrease so much that she could only use 2 weeks worth of, like, going back before the end of June 1983. But now she has no reason to use that power. She's probably used it up. Now she probably has no power, and that's probably why she's sleeping as a result. Maybe it's either to gain her sort of godhood back, or maybe it's just because she can't do anything anymore and she's just died. Who knows? I don't really think she's died though. I mean, if anything, she's died a peaceful death and a brilliant death where I suppose Rika has been changed forever and she's really, really made an impression and definitely lived a good life. Even though there have been some things that have definitely been, you know, not really the best. My god, man, that was just, I really love, like, oh my god, the whole decision, that was perfect. Genuinely really, really good. And also just the ending as well. Oh my god, just the happy ending and just seeing how rewarding it was. Oh my god, I love that, man. That was so touching. And also just like the whole sort of realization. I especially remember like the realization of when Rika could have potentially like killed her mother, and oh my god, just how it changed. And also just how was that? What did I begin reading with? I think when we began reading, we just firstly got onto the choices. Was it? Oh no, hang on a second. We began reading where she was sort of in her sleep and she woke up and then she went into the shrine. Quite rightly. It's actually really insane to think with this world, like, it could have ended. It could have ended and she maybe could have, like, moved into it without her intentions and completely forgot about everything that would have actually happened for her to get there eventually, as Hanya would have disappeared. If she hadn't have actually woken up and done an all-nighter, I suppose, and dashed out. Oh my god, man. I'm going to be honest, that was genuinely one of the best psychologies. There are more than one psychology, are they? Are there? Well, actually there are. There's one in the anime, one in the manga, and, you know, that's it actually. And in the VN obviously, but like, yeah, man. Oh my god, I enjoyed that story so much. I'm gonna be honest, I think it's really nice after playing the answer arcs. I mean, Matsuri Bayashi, it literally took me 90 hours to finish. It's just really nice to sort of, you know, play a little more shorter story. And the only thing is, even though the story was short, it had so much content. Genuinely just had so many things that were amazing. I mean, these stories do not have to be long to be good. If anything, I think this story just, it really had like a short length, and yet at the same time it was so good. I really think just this story and sort of how unusual it was and how unique it was, they were really, really good. I mean, it just really sort of, I don't know, it's just really unusual. And I think due to it being really unusual, it was just created a really interesting plot. And I think all of these ideas that were sort of executed, that were presented here, oh my god, they were executed the best. There were so many things that I especially found, like for example, the therapist related thing, like just these slight problems that, now that I think about it, I never really would have thought about this before, but I think the world wouldn't have been so perfect with Rika actually living there because of a lot of things, but especially because of that therapy thing, because she probably would have got some really, really, I don't really want to say bad therapy treatment, but she would have gotten herself into a lot of shit because of that. And also, there were so many mysteries with this story, oh my god. Yeah, obviously about the whole fragment related thing about Hanya, and my main mystery about Hanya at the moment is like what she did, how she actually sleeps, where she actually goes, the god things that we maybe aren't meant to know. Maybe we're not meant to know them, so as a result we never will, who knows. Oh my god, man, it was just so cool, this. Oh, I can't wait to read Higurashi and Batsukoishi. And after, I just want to sort of tell you my plan. So I'm going to be going on holiday. I'm hoping to read all of the Dare arcs, and obviously, what's it? Oh, you don't say it there, you say it there. I think they arcs, and like obviously the Hajiri, that's not it. Hajirawashi? I don't know, something like that. The embarrassment chapter. The embarrassment chapter. Just keep that name in your head when you see what's lined up for tomorrow, because I've looked to see the length of it because I was just kind of curious, planning out my stuff, and yeah, it looks kind of concerning. It looks very, you know, harem-like. Oh god, tomorrow I'm probably going to want to die. But like, yeah, it's going to be fun. It's going to be worth it. So, yeah. I'm really excited for that. And, yep. Man, just clawless throat, what the fuck. But, anyway. Yeah, I hope to finish all the arcs in day, before, like, I go on holiday, and then I'll have I'll have like a 5-day break, and then I'll come back, and then we're going to be playing Miyotsukushi, probably one of the most interesting arcs, let's be honest here. Oh man, that is going to be so exciting, because Miyotsukushi is, actually I won't really spoil it now, but yeah, you'll find out. It's really, really interesting though. And then the other console arcs, there are so many interesting stories lined in these console arcs, and do keep in mind, if we get console arcs that are as good as stories of Saikoroshi, as small and yet as interesting and sort of comprehensive, I mean, the worst option, that's actually interesting. Because I suppose you do get like the worst option of the worlds that Rika actually lives in. I suppose you could also analyse that the candy Rika picked from dinner was actually the worst one, so she maybe picked the worst world in reality. But that's just simple, like that's just luck. That isn't really like truth. What was I also going to say? A lot of the console arcs, if they have stories as good as Saikoroshi in such a small amount of time, we'll not only get like so many interesting stories, but we're going to learn so much, we're going to experience so much, and yeah, we're just gonna have so much fun. Dude, I cannot wait for Higurashi. It's like, just any of these console arts, really. I'm really enjoyed this game. Genuinely thought it was one of the best. I prefer this to Himatsubushi. I don't really think it could go any place higher, though, because obviously, like, it's never gonna have the charm and just the brilliance of a story. Even, like, I don't know, what's the... Watanagasi is not the worst. It's not bad, don't get me wrong. It's so fucking good, but it isn't really as strong as the other ones. It's really funny, like, whenever ranking these, you're always just competing against... All of the strong ones are competing against strong ones. Oh man, it's so bloody cool. It really is. It's just such good content, man. It's just really nice to actually be able to play this. So, yeah, I'm going to go to bed now. Really hope you guys enjoyed it, because, oh my god, I certainly did. Right, see you guys. You know, I've probably rambled on the same things for so long now. Like, seriously. I've, like, unintentionally probably said, like, my points, like, 2 or 3 times. I don't know that. I hope I haven't. Sorry if I have, but, like, see ya.